Chapter 868. The people in Cheongsa County, who didn't have any work to do, went to the north. They found a plot of sandy land and started to plant ginger and watermelons according to the requirements. Planting ginger required digging ditches and burying the sprouts. Planting watermelons also required digging ditches to replenish water. However, watermelons didn't need to be covered with mulch in the current weather. Because it was sandy land, the step of deep plowing was also saved. Of course, the output couldn't be compared to the Lee family Zhuangzi's greenhouse, but it was suitable for the local people to follow and learn. The best way was to plant and manage crops that were suitable for the local situation. The livestock they brought were put to use at this time. They helped to pull the ditches. Folding buckets made of oilcloth and brackets were opened one by one. The people took carrying poles and buckets to carry water. Even the watermelon sprouts had to be watered for the first time. After that, they didn't need to water too much to prevent it from affecting the sprouts. 600 to 700 people worked together. The Lee family Zhuangzi's people used the canned food, dried meat, and dried vegetables they brought to make rice. They worked until noon. Everyone used the clay bowls they were given to eat rice. They scooped the stewed vegetables directly on top of the rice and added dried, salted vegetables. Everyone ate happily. County Magistrate Chu Ji also held a bowl and stuffed rice into his mouth with chopsticks. He also worked. He didn't want to work. He felt that everyone was working, including the Yamen runners. If he didn't do it, would Li Dongzhu impeach him? The commoners ate their food and drank the soup made by the children. They looked at each other and suddenly had a different feeling. This is what a county should be like. Other places have mediocre people. Everyone works together. We never have mediocre people. Guo suddenly said while chewing on salted vegetables. This was what he felt. The people beside him nodded. Yes, this was the feeling. They were also people of the Tang dynasty, even if they were north of the Great Wall. The county officials didn't find any problems and didn't care about it. Everyone was just muddling along. They lived one day at a time. In the future, they would have children. When the children grew up, they would get married and have children. When they died, their roots wouldn't be broken. Today was different. The land that needed a lot of water could be used to plant watermelons and ginger. In the future, he would be in charge of a large piece of land. When it grew well, he would learn how to plant it next year and have another livelihood. Let's see if we can burn a scoop and use the bricks to build a new cave. Let's choose a good place and build more caves. When the child grows up, he will have a new home. At this time, the Lee family Zhuangzi's people took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, let me tell you a piece of good news. According to my family's Dongzhu's calculations, we found a coal mine. As long as they removed the several hundred feet of soil from the top, they would be able to dig. This coal mine had a high heat value, so it was good for burning. It's not far away. After you dig it out, I'll teach you how to build a kiln. Everyone can bake the bricks by themselves. The selected coal can be sent to other places to be sold at a high price. If you are willing to learn the local coking method, we will teach you." Wow! The commoners were in an uproar. We have coal here? You can see it after digging out more than 100 feet of soil. We don't need to dig. We can just dig a hole. Our homes are all cave dwellings, so we know how to dig holes. Where is it? Chu Ji's eyes widened. There was a coal mine in my county, and it was a good coal mine. In other places, you need to collect money to dig out the coal. You can transport the coal freely, but you can't. I'm the county magistrate. Can I collect money? When the time comes, everyone don't worry. You can dig the mine yourselves. No one will collect money from you. The mine is under the control of the imperial court. The Li family Zhuangzi's people shouted again. Chu Ji! He wanted to vomit blood. It was not easy to find a mine that could make money. Why was it under the control of the imperial court? When we have coal, everyone can burn coal in the winter. Although our cave dwellings are warm in the winter and cool in the summer, it's still cold in the winter. Build a Kong bed and arrange the chimney properly. Don't get poisoned. When we have well water, we need to plant more grass and use it to raise sheep. Don't ask the sheep to dig out the roots of the grass. There's a way to solve the problem of the sand. When the time comes, everyone will work and get paid. You can use the straw lattice to prevent the sand from blowing. I'll teach you all. The Li family Zhuangzi's people did not care about the county magistrate. He was just following Li Yi's instructions. The commoners who were eating looked at him. Some of them suddenly started to cry. How many years has it been? Finally, someone came to take charge. He taught them everything. He even helped them to draw a path for the future. They just needed to follow it. In the winter, the cave dwellings would not be cold anymore. It was said that it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. In fact, it was still cold. It was just warmer than outside. When we finish planting the ginger and watermelon, everyone will be very busy and tired before winter comes. Can everyone survive if we lend you the livestock? The Li family Zhuangzi's people shouted again. Yes, *CK them. We'll have good days ahead. Guo Shou was the first to speak. Then the others all started to shout. They were not afraid of working. They were only afraid of not knowing what to do. Let's eat. After eating, quickly plant the ginger and watermelon. Then we'll go find a mine. We're going to have our own kiln. Burn bowls. Burn many bowls. Burn a big water tank. And plates. It costs a lot to buy a plate. When the time comes, we'll sell them too. The livestock lent to us have to be raised well. After working for the whole morning, the people did not seem tired at all. They had endless energy. In the political affairs hall, Bai Gu and the others did not know about the earth-shattering changes that were happening in that remote county. They were discussing how to lay the wooden tracks, which were different from the concave roads. It was similar to the ones used to transport coal and warehouses. The wheels of the carts ran on them. From the tracks in the warehouses at the docks, they already knew how powerful the transportation ability of this thing was. His Majesty did not come today. He said that the memorial was for Gao Lisher. His Majesty did not attend court today. How can he know about political affairs? Song Jing complained. He knew that Li Longji's health was not good, but he did not take medicine. He only took diet therapy in the Li family Zhuangzi and soaked in the hot springs. Bai Gu was thinking about the blueprint and how to arrange the tracks. When he heard Song Jing's words, he asked, "Does the Li family Zhuangzi not know about political affairs?" Su Yi shook his head. Li Yi is here, so is the government. His Majesty is, of course, not afraid of any problems. Song Jing sighed. How long can the wooden tracks last? Should we soak them in tung oil or paint them with asphalt? He already knew that some of the wood used to build the foundation could be painted with asphalt to prevent it from rotting, but he did not know that there was a method of boiling it. No need. The smell is too strong and smoky. After a few years, we will change them to iron tracks. Xiao Yi's first furnace to smelt steel was put into use, and the results were good. In the future, there will be more furnaces like this, and they will be able to smelt more steel in secret. We are not allowed to see it. Bai Gu was very satisfied with Li Yi's secrecy measures. He had asked to see it, but Li Yi firmly refused. Moreover, they did not know which village in Zhuangzi was in charge of which area. None of the villagers told the outside world about the details of Zhuangzi. The water level has begun to rise, and boats have appeared on the water net. Should we stop them? Su Yi changed the topic. Song Jing shook his head. The people have another way to live. We cannot stop them. Be careful of Li Yi's anger. You can ask Li Yi. Li Yi will allow it. Chapter 869. Just as Su Yi said, there was too much water in the capital's water network. Some people couldn't wait for the boats to go down. They had their own boats and used bamboo poles to transport things and people to earn money. The price was reasonable. They didn't want to pay high prices because they were afraid of being punished. There were also smart people who went from one village to another. It just so happened that they were going with the flow and wanted to deliver things. They took a big wooden basin and put things in it. They carried a pole and walked on the shore. It saved a lot of energy. When they came back, they prepared to sit in the wooden basin and use the pole to support the basin. Anyway, they couldn't carry it. It was too heavy. Simple houses had been built. They recruited people to guard the houses and provided free soup. When the weather warmed up, they would provide tea made with the worst tea leaves. It was already cold. The newspaper said that if it was too hot, drinking hot water would still cause heat stroke. It was useless to look hot and sweaty. They needed to prepare cold water. If someone sweated a lot, they would add some salt in the bowl. The people in charge of looking after the houses could earn money and also had a sense of mission. His Majesty said that no one was allowed to die of heat stroke or starvation because of lack of water and food in the capital. The people in charge of looking after the houses had the responsibility of taking the initiative to give people water. If someone was confused by the heat and didn't know to drink water, they would pass it over. Therefore, they were not just looking after a house, but the safety of the people. Brother E, are we not releasing the boats? In the hot spring, Lilongji, who had given himself a day off, was still thinking about things. After a few days, when the water in the fields has been drained, we will release the boats. Otherwise, the water level will drop. I know that there are people rowing boats. It means that they haven't found a suitable job yet. This time, we will release them again. We will join the propeller boats and let the Tubo and Turkic people see and scare them. Li Yi's heart was still very evil. He could guess that the Tubo and Turkic envoys were watching the Li family Zhuangzi. Every time the Li family Zhuangzi released something, they would send people back to deliver the news. The boats could be learned, but it was useless for Tubo. There was a big river there, the Yarlung Zongbo River. Could a small boat sail there? It was not just awesome, it was very awesome. From Tubo, we can reach India directly. Let's go. If the ship managed to make it here alive, how were they supposed to return? Pulling fiber? Even if the trackers were exhausted to death, they still wouldn't be able to pull it. As for the underwater propeller, I'll flip it over for you to see. Could it be made? Did they have the industrial foundation? Do you know how to calculate the arc of N or blade? What I'm thinking about now is Hoku Waterfall. Once we start sailing, the morale of the people in the upper reaches of the Yellow River will definitely increase. Lilongji smiled. He was looking forward to the boat starting its journey from Hoku Waterfall. The iron chain pontoon bridge at the ferry had already been built and could be dismantled. It required a ship to help pull the bridge when it was closed. It could be realized this year. Using the Hoku Waterfall of the Yellow River for navigation and relaying the power of the upper reaches, the entire Yellow River would come alive. To be able to send troops and baggage to Tubo in one go, let me ask you, are you afraid of Tubo? If you have the ability, then prepare to stop them. It's a pity that the other places along the Yellow River are sparsely populated. It's impossible to organize a large number of goods. Moreover, we're going against the current. Where are we going to find so many trackers? Lilongji felt regretful. How many years had he missed? Now, there were ships that could move against the current. With the addition of propellers, they could transport large amounts of goods to Tubo. As for Tubo, they didn't have any ships. They knew that they could follow the current all the way to Hoku Waterfall, but they didn't dare to send any ships. Everything will be fine. Tubo doesn't have a navy, and neither does the Turks. Li Yi stopped. The Turks didn't have a navy now. Back in his time, the countries north of Inner Mongolia did. Horse and camel teams are still more important. Li Yi stopped talking about the navy. In the northwest, camels were the most important. Tubo was mainly populated by humans. Once they crossed over and reached India, the climate would be warmer. Or they could pass through Pakistan, which had the walking corridor. Camels were much more powerful than horses. They were resistant to cold, heat, drought, and sand. Now, other people had camel cavalry, but they weren't used for charging and killing. They were used for transportation. Camels weren't suitable for close combat. Their necks were too long, and when they were injured, they would run around. If they fought light cavalry in non-desert areas, They would be restrained by the light cavalry. If they fought any cavalry in the desert, the cavalry would have to kneel. We are already training camels. In the future, we will use camels to go to the northwest and north. The horses on the grasslands are too weak. We can only advance when there is enough grass. Lilongji was very familiar with the military. He didn't know how to farm, but he knew the advantages and disadvantages of cavalry. The Mo sword soldiers of the Tang dynasty were specially made to restrain cavalry. They didn't have to kill the cavalry, but they made the enemy cavalry not dare to charge. Actually, the problem of supplies is that we can use plows on the grasslands, snow and grasslands. Li lowered his voice as if he was talking about something confidential. Plows can also be used on grasslands. The grass on the grasslands was tall, and the wheels couldn't be used. If we use plows, we can slip in and out. Lilongji rolled his eyes. Indeed, with plows, we can move forward on the grasslands at any time. In summer, we can carry equipment and food. In winter, we can carry fodder and food to keep warm. With sickles, the horses can drag the plows and fight all year round. Then we have to keep up with the logistics. We can't let a single team fight here and there. Li knew Lilongji's idea. Let a single team fight continuously. It was a good idea. It was a test of the soldiers' willpower. Did the Tang dynasty have such an army? Yes. According to historical records, Guoxien was the protector general of the Anxi protectorate. He guarded the 4 garrisons of Anxi. After that, he broke off contact with the Tang dynasty and continued to defend. Later, he contacted them again, but the Tang dynasty couldn't send reinforcements. Thus, they continued to defend and didn't surrender. They defended for more than 40 years. Without reinforcements, they couldn't see any hope. From young men, they became old men. In the end, they were trapped in a city and fought to the last man. Such an army didn't seem to care about fighting alone. They could hold on for as long as they wanted. But who was Guoxien? Guazi's nephew. Guazi's younger brother, Guaziyun. Of course, he wasn't born yet. How should I arrange this? Li thought for a while and felt troubled. Such a good family should be arranged well. But Guoxien wasn't born yet. What if his father married a different wife and gave birth to a girl? Was he going to learn from Hua Mulan? Brother what should we arrange? Lilongji didn't know that Li was thinking about famous historical figures. It's about where to provide the logistics. We have to occupy other places and colonize them. If we don't colonize, we can't rule for a long time. Li came back to his senses and threw out a theory. If he didn't arrange for his own people to go there, the place would belong to others. Colonization required population. People had to give birth. Thinking about it this way, if a child was born now, it would take 16 or 17 years to have another child. A little later, it would be 20 years. Giving birth was the gate of hell. Raising a child wasn't easy either. How long would he have to wait? Chapter 870. Do you think that people from the Tang dynasty give birth too slowly? Lilongji looked at Li Yi's expression and guessed. Yes. Li Yi was anxious when he thought of having to wait for decades to colonize the people of the Tang dynasty. It's fundamental to reduce the deaths of pregnant women, babies, and children after birth. Lilongji was open-minded. He cared more about the present. It was not easy to give birth and raise children. Take Shang-Er, for example. He was afraid that she would be gone one day. I have 2 kinds of midwifery tools that require a certain basic operation. I'll make them first and send them out. Remember how to use them in detail. Li instantly remembered the key things. It was relatively easy for farmers to give birth, but it was not for others. He thought of forceps, fetal head suction device, and sputum suction device. The first 2 helped to pull out, and the latter sucked out the things used in the baby's mouth as soon as it was born. It was said that they had to get the things out of the baby's mouth quickly, otherwise the baby would get sick. In fact, it was true that the baby would get lung disease. The suction device could be made of good leather or soft leather. As long as it was sterilized enough, it could be sucked. As for the suction device, it could also be made of leather. The suction device, such as the pump used to put out the fire, followed the same principle. Ching Song. Li Yi ordered Ching Song again. Ching Song was close, and his name was easy to pronounce. Ching Song did not complain at all about being ordered to do work. He climbed up as fast as he could and ran back with the box. The other 3 eunuchs were helpless. They also wanted to be ordered. This time, Ching Song knew to bring a bath towel. He could not always wipe his hands with his clothes. Li Yi sat on the edge of the breakfast table. After wiping his body, he put on a bath towel and began to draw. The 2 kinds of midwifery tools had side effects, such as causing bleeding and problems with the baby's spine. However, that was an exception. If one did not drive because driving would cause an accident, wouldn't it be like giving up eating for fear of choking? Li Yi was familiar with the 2 kinds of tools, and he had pictures to look at. He had been to the obstetrics and gynecology department when he was rotating between departments and helped with childbirth. He did not have any inappropriate thoughts during the process. But that scene, Li Longji did not disturb Li Yi. He slowly drank the white jade bamboo soup, which was actually peeled radish, dried scallops, and chicken soup. However, the chicken soup was replaced with duck soup. He continued to nourish his body. His stomach was deficient. Nowadays, the skin of radishes was spicy. There were no longer white radishes that had a non-spicy skin. This soup was very suitable for soaking in a hot spring. There was no need to add rock sugar, just a little salt would do. He didn't add chopped green onions and coriander either, which was bad for his stomach. The palace maids and eunuchs, on the other hand, were drinking soft drinks. The drunken immortal residents had sealed the hot spring water and sent it over. Empress Wang didn't go into the pool. She didn't take any precautions last night. She was preparing to have another child, so it was not suitable to soak in the hot spring today. The little guy could not soak in the hot spring every day. All right, take it back and ask someone to make the real thing. Make more and teach people how to use it. Then draw pictures and send them to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi put down the pen and handed the drawing to Pine Tree. Pine Tree happily ran to find someone to pass it. When he came back, he took the initiative to stay away from Li Yi. He went to a corner and showed an apologetic smile to his 3 colleagues. Li Longji looked at them. There were only a few of them, and there was still a competition between them. I'm really relaxed today. I don't care about anything. Li Longji sighed. If it were anywhere else, even if he was resting and didn't go to court, he would still be worried. Only when Li Yi was beside him, he felt relieved. How big of a problem could it be? Even if the sky fell, he believed that Brother Yi would have a way to hold it up. The people should also rest. They can't be tired every day. Even if they only rest for a day, every 10 days, they can still relax. When Li Yi said this, he recalled his years in the hospital. Rest? Not to mention a day. He didn't even know if he could rest for an hour. Otherwise, how could doctors keep up with the rhythm of the army during disaster relief? The soldiers were young and had the support of an excited state. Whether the doctors were young or not, they had experienced it. This was especially true for the young doctors. Their speed of recovering from fatigue and their state of being on standby were even better than ordinary soldiers. The soldiers were strong, but the doctors were normal. Those who could be in the same position as the doctors were special forces, police, firefighters, submarine soldiers, war reporters, and cameramen. They could instantly enter a working state 24 hours a day. Li Longji realized the benefits of rest and frowned. How do farmers rest? Usually, people in the north rest in winter, but you give them a lot of work to do. That's why we Chinese people are the most hardworking. Li Yi didn't have a good idea. At his time, he worked every day in the snack and small supermarket, especially the small supermarket. The new year was the time to make money, so he couldn't rest. It was this diligence that allowed the Chinese to survive in any place in the world. At the same time, they were envied and hated by others. continue to train more doctors, and strengthen the treatment of diseases. Li Yi could only say this. In fact, he hadn't rested himself. He didn't care about anything today. He just slept and played. No, not in the past. He still didn't do it in the Tang dynasty. I won't be busy tomorrow. Let me take a look at your new gun and see how it's worse than the one you exchanged your life for. Li Longji decided to rest for another day and practice shooting. It's not much worse. That gun is enough. Li Yi thought of Xiaomi and a rifle. We can also grow cotton in our country. This cotton is really useful. In Honglu Temple, Tubo Zaisimba was praising the military coat in his hand. He had already written a letter back. This year, Tubo would be planting a lot of cotton. Tubo had always had white cotton, and they planted it in a small area. White cotton was not produced in Tubo. Cotton was planted to look good and look at the flowers. As the Li family Zhuangzi outsourced, the envoys learned how to handle cotton seeds and how to weave them. They knew about the military coat, quilt, and mattress for last year's 2 years. Last year, they had already written a letter back to tell them about the use of cotton. This year, when they saw that the Tang dynasty was going to plant more cotton, they wrote a letter back again to urge their own people to learn more. Both the Turks and Tubo had places suitable for growing cotton, especially the Turks. That was a part of Xinjiang during Li Yi's time. Buqiao did not look at the cotton-padded clothes. He was staring at the kerosene lamp, which was not lit. This thing should be made of paraffin. The black paraffin was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi, and then a lot of things were produced. How was it made? Buqiao guessed that the kerosene and gasoline were made of petroleum, but he did not understand. He also saw the wing knights parachuting. Previously, the wing knights jumped into the pond from the hot air balloons. Later, the wing knights controlled the parachutes and flew to other places. He felt the pressure and wrote a letter back, but he did not know how to deal with it. When the wind was blowing, the people on the hot air balloons jumped down with their weapons and parachutes. They could directly reach the back of the troops in the city and the battlefield in the wilderness. When the two sides faced each other, the other side would jump down, and the other side would fly back. The other side's formation would not move. No matter which part of the formation moved, the other side would dare to rush over and break the formation. It could be said that whoever moved first would be passive. What was more infuriating was that the military forces of the Tang dynasty had telescopes. They had inquired about it, but they could not buy it. No matter how much money they spent, they could not get a real object. Chapter 871. How could Isimba not know the power of the paratroopers? He felt that the paratroopers were not only a surprise attack, but also a psychological pressure. Yes, he had also learned a lot of new terms thanks to the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper. When the front line was in a stalemate, a group of Tang dynasty paratroopers suddenly flew in the sky. How much pressure would the soldiers on the ground feel? The hot air balloon carried many Tang dynasty soldiers with parachutes and flew with the wind to Baggage's troops at the rear. Would the soldiers at the front line be calm? The problem was that the paratroopers of the Tang dynasty could choose whether to jump or not. But if they did not jump, what would they do if the hot air balloon flew higher to find the wind and turn to another direction? Isimba did not know the vocabulary of air supremacy, but he understood the principle behind it. As for accidentally falling down, burning the hot air balloon, and the death of the Tang dynasty soldiers, was it useful in a large-scale war? Anyone could bear such a loss. If 5 out of 10 people died, it would be fine as long as the strategic goal was achieved, especially when they were defending the city. If the enemy attacked the city and the hot air balloon of the Tang dynasty floated, how could they defend the city? There was no difference between the rear and the front line. The enemy could send troops to any position at any time. Why can't we kill him? Isimba covered his face with both hands. If possible, he was willing to pay a life for a life and die together with Li Yi. Buju scratched his head with both hands. It was itchy because he had not washed his hair for several days. Then he rubbed his face and pinched his neck. This was what he learned from the medical books of the Tang dynasty to calm himself down as soon as possible. I heard that tracks are going to be laid in Chang, and just like the tracks in the warehouse, seems like we can learn from them. Buiju was quite sad when he said this. Learn, learn, learn. He kept learning, but his learning speed could not catch up with Li Yi's speed of coming up with ideas. Use the quota of kerosene lamps we bought and buy some kerosene to decorate the floor of the room. I'll invite Li Yi to dinner and spread the word. Let's see if he dares to come. If Aisinba really decided to die, he would drag Li Yi down with him. He wanted to eliminate the greatest threat to Tufan. Boxy felt a wave of sadness in his heart, but he still nodded. He went to find an official of the Honglu Temple and sent an invitation to Li Yi, saying that Tubo was willing to submit, but Li Yi had to come over to talk. At the same time, he spread the news in an attempt to force Li Yi to come here. At night, the news reached the hot springs of Mount Li. Brother Yi, Tubo wants you to negotiate with them. They want to submit. Li Longji asked Li Yi with a smile. Whoever goes is stupid. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that Tubo will submit. Are you kidding me? Li Yi laughed along. Don't mess around. Do you think I don't know what Tubo is like? Brother Yi, are you going? Li Longji thought it was very interesting. The other party was getting anxious. Just ignore them. Are you going to work tomorrow? Li Yi was not a righteous protagonist in a movie. For example, if the other party wanted to negotiate and asked him to go, he would go. Also, if the other party took a hostage and asked him to go negotiate and even asked him to put down his gun, he would put it down. That was a movie. Who would follow your rhythm? If you took me, a farmer, and asked me to commit suicide, would I commit suicide? I would send people to beat you up. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Anyway, whether you kill me or not, you can forget about living. Of course. Li Yi felt that his country had done well at that time. If it was a country on the other side of the world, they would not spend money to ransom anyone. They would only take revenge. If someone in his country was captured by pirates for ransom, they could negotiate for many years. Negotiate until the pirates were about to go crazy and they still had to take care of hostages. Negotiate for 10 years. Have you seen it? Li Yi's country did such a thing. In the end, the pirates compromised. Just give some money. Then they would capture and negotiate slowly until they collapsed. Now that it did not involve negotiations, Li Yi did not care about the Tubo people at all. I don't want to go. Li Longji planned to rest for a day. He was indeed too tired. The main reason was that he was sick now, and nothing major happened in the imperial court. If you don't want to go, then don't go. But you have to go after you recover. Once a person develops laziness, it will become a habit. Li Yi chose to support and at the same time warn him. It was the same as his industry. Some people did not want to go to work, but they had full attendance. Some did not want to open for business, but there were customers waiting. There were also freelancers who had to abide by professional ethics. If you did not love your industry, then give up. Don't force yourself. Okay, I will rest for a day. Li Longji suddenly felt guilty. It was like a child who was sick and did not need to go to school. He thought he could go to school, but he just did not want to. The next day, Li Yi wrote in the newspaper. Selling newspapers. Li Dongzhu is soaking in the hot spring and has no time to come out. Li Dongzhu said he is very tired and has been very busy recently. Selling newspapers. Li Dongzhu said there is nothing to talk about with Tubo unless Tubo's Jean Pu comes personally. The newspaper boys shouted. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office heard the newspaper boys shouting and bought newspapers to read. It did not matter. It was common knowledge. Today's common knowledge said that spring was hot. One could drink a cup of cold water before waking up in the morning and then continue to lie down. This way, when the body was replenishing water, it could solve the problem of dryness. If one still had dryness problems, one could eat some noodles and then drip a few drops of sesame oil and eat salted beans. If the stomach was deficient, it was mainly to replenish water. If one's family's financial conditions allowed, one could drink more fatty soup such as chicken soup. In addition, if one was to seek medical treatment in time, there would be free consultation from the imperial physician's office and the medical practitioners of the pharmacy. What the commoners saw was this. The commoners were not stupid when the Tibetans went to discuss with Li. If Li really agreed, the commoners would be anxious. Don't go. They are up to no good. A feast at Hongmen. The commoners knew about the feast at Hongmen. The newspaper had already written about it. It was too dangerous. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office were more worried about Li Yi's safety than Li Yi himself. They would rather Li Yi never leave Zhuangzi than to see Li Yi get hurt. Li Yi is too cowardly. Boishu's face was full of bitterness. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office make me afraid. Isinba said from another perspective. He believed that the commoners of the imperial magistrate's office should support Li Yi to negotiate and make Tubo submit. However, the commoners felt that it was too dangerous and did not want to call Li Yi out. In other words, compared to making Tubo submit, Li Yi's safety was more important. It did not matter whether Tubo submitted or not. How can this be? Boishu had 10,000 questions and 100,000 whys in his heart. Political Affairs Hall. Baigu smiled after reading the newspaper. Tubo's envoy's little scheme is useless. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office have the impression that Tubo can be attacked at any time. If they can't attack, they can just defend. In any case, they won't suffer any losses. This has been the case for the past 2 years. As for Li Yi, they can't take any risks. If something happens to Li Yi, everyone will have a hard time. If the Li family Zhuangzi is gone, how will everyone make money? Tubo's matter is too far away. Li Yi's existence is right in front of us. Li Yi can find work for everyone to make money. Baigu understood the thoughts of the commoners of the imperial magistrate's office. They could slowly attack Tubo. Nothing could happen to Li Dongzhu. According to this, either I or Li Yi must die. The one who dies must be me? Song Jing said gloomily. Baigu and Su Yi nodded in agreement. Yes, the commoners of the imperial magistrate's office will remember you. You will live in their hearts forever. Chapter 872. Release the boats. On the first day of March, with the shouts, the boats were released into the water one by one. 2 days ago, the boats were coated with a layer of Tang oil. After strict inspection, the life-saving equipment was sent to the boats, and they began to sail to various places. A string of boats was tied behind the boats that were following the current, and 2 or 3 boats were tied against the current. The people who wanted to go back to Tang and offered to help for free. They brought the goods onto the boats and helped a few boats back to the village. The people who were rowing the boats on the water waited for a while. When they found that no one asked them to leave, they were relieved and continued to work. The people who were carrying bags on the road saw boats coming from the canal and stood there waiting. When the boats arrived, they asked where they were going and quickly went to the boats behind to help. Since there were water nets and boats, the people who carried things on the water became lazy. Carrying 50 kilograms of things and carrying 100 kilograms of things on the ground and walking with their legs was definitely not comparable to walking with the things on the boats. Going against the current was also easier than walking by themselves. 3 or 4 people could walk together and take turns to rest. The children of the rich, who did not need to work, ran to the riverside to watch the boats. At noon, the officials came out for a walk after lunch and also watched the boats together. Some of them were there purely to write poems. They wanted to see a large number of boats setting off and think of a good poem. Wasn't the weather hot? They wanted to hold a poetry gathering. The envoys from various countries at the Honglu Temple also wanted to see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty and think about the future development of their countries or tribes. The boats on the river were still lined up and had not finished yet. Ordinary people only saw the bustle, but those who had a little political brain saw the prosperity of the economy. The boats were not big, but they could solve the transportation problem of the people. Every day, the boats moved back and forth carrying goods. When the envoys from other places saw this, they felt that the Tang dynasty was indeed powerful. The envoys from Tubo and Tujua wished that all the boats would sink. It would be best if a large group of people drowned. But they knew that it was impossible. How could wooden boats sink? People were still wearing life jackets. It was impossible to count on the small boats to fall apart unless they hit them with a big boat. The Tang dynasty had mortise and tenon technology. What was even more amazing was the iron nails on the boats, which were used together with mortise and tenon. In the previous naval war with Japan, the Japanese ships were no match for the Tang dynasty ships. The ships were scattered as soon as they collided. The navy of the Tang dynasty won the war in that way. Young Master Tubo, if not, what is that? Isimba, who was lamenting the fact that the rivers of his country were not suitable for the use of boats, suddenly pointed to one and exclaimed in surprise. It was a ship that was pointed at the front and wide at the back. There were also 8 seats on it. There was a place for 4 people to step on. Now there were 4 people on the boat, the feather forest flying cavalry warriors. There were handles beside them, and each of them grabbed the handles and stepped on them with all their might. The front of the ship was tilted up on the water, and the ship, which was going in the same direction as the ship, seemed to be standing still while the ship passed by. Water splashed behind the boat. It felt like the boat was flying close to the surface of the water. Of course, this was because they had never seen a truly fast boat. Wow! The onlookers on the shore were in an uproar. What kind of boat was this? It was too fast. I know. This is a propeller. It uses calculated blade angles, new bearings, crankshafts, and half-shafts. This is the most advanced industrial technology of the Tang dynasty. This speed is beautiful. Xiao is very capable. Bai Gu explained to the people next to him that the technology of the Li family Zhuangzi was the technology of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing was convinced. At least he did not know how it was made. This boat was many times faster than other boats. He stared at the boat. In a naval battle, the enemy's ship will not be able to turn around in time. When transporting supplies on the water, other boats can only look on in the dust. On the other side of the shore, Li Yi shook his head with binoculars. It's too slow. 4 winged knights, working together, can't even reach 10 knots. Li Yi disliked it. It was too slow. Sailboats on the sea, when the wind was good and full, were faster than what they were seeing now. Li Yi found that the boat's speed was about 8 knots, or 13 or 14 kilometers per hour. If it were someone else, it would be good if they could maintain a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. The main reason was that the entire driving equipment was very heavy. It was not diesel or gasoline engines, and the hull was made of bamboo. On the Yangtze River, when the wind was blowing, the propeller boat's speed advantage would not be reflected. I'll add a gear set later. I don't know if this steel can withstand it. Li Yi knew how to increase the speed of the propeller. The propeller rotated 10 times with 1 step, and the propeller rotated 30 times with 1 step. The speed was absolutely different. Just like a bicycle's speed change gear, the biggest gear at the front and the smallest at the back. As long as there was strength to pedal and the chain could withstand it, the speed would be fast. After looking at it a few more times, Li Yi went back to redesign the blueprint and sent it to the workshop. Li Yi was not very satisfied with it, but in the eyes of others, it was no different from a miracle. They did not think about the speed of the sailboat downstream. What they saw was the speed of the new boat going against the current. Was it not possible to carry a driftwood with the current? The key was that it could fly against the water. In a water battle, it was also a long-range attack. The new boat would always be in the limelight. How can we snatch a boat? Buozhu wanted to understand the principle. He already knew about the boat and had personally stepped on it. The structure was simple, but how did he think of it? The boat he saw just now did not have paddles, sails, or wheels. The water splashed underwater. If the boat was stepped on, how could the water splash below? Why was the boat sailing forward? A series of questions lingered in Bo Xia's mind, unable to get rid of them. Isimba rubbed his face. As long as they let it out for others to use, we can rent one and move it ashore. This thing cannot be learned by others. Song Jing saw the foreign envoys, especially the Turkic and Tubo envoys. He wanted to keep it a secret. I believe that even if we bring it back, they will not be able to make it. The metal is not strong enough. Using the reverse mold method, you can cast something of the same shape, but when combined together, it cannot be used. Pedal twice, and the gear will be worn out. You will know when you see the bicycle chain in 2 days. Baigu believed that this thing was not easy to imitate. Go and ask Li Yi. We can't let anyone learn it. Song Jing was still worried. This old man will go right now. Baigu had no choice but to bring the two of them to the bridge. The other envoys had their own thoughts. In places with rivers, such as Japan, they hoped to obtain the corresponding technology. The fastest person in the front had already rushed over from Japan. He told the envoys that the main group would arrive soon. They wanted to exchange and learn in the Tang dynasty. The Japanese envoys stationed in the Tang dynasty organized the information. They drew blueprints for all the linning tools invented by Li Yi. They also made the actual products and waited for an opportunity to send them back. The envoys from other places were doing the same work, including the Khitans and Bohai. The Khitans also knew how to make a sleigh suitable for running in the mountains. Li Yi taught them, and they had a good relationship. Of course, no matter how good their relationship was, they did not learn the key technology of the hot air balloon. Chapter 873. That's what happened. Baigu found Li Yi and repeated Song Jing's words to him. Of course, the gears made of pig iron can be used. They are not bad in terms of abrasion, but they can't withstand high strength. Zhuangzi uses steel. Li Yi admitted that there was no problem with the cast iron gears, but the quality was not very good unless they were changed to ductile iron. In terms of crankshafts, the cast iron is not good. It's still okay to use human power. In addition to the cast iron half shafts, the torsion force on the whole is too high. It's not very good. Li Yi introduced the structural characteristics of the propeller ship and the material properties of the pig iron. The conclusion was that the pig iron could be used, but it was easy to break. It could be used for a period of time. If that's the case, why are you renting it out? Baigu could not figure it out and asked, "When are you talking about renting it out?" "I'm just testing whether it's good or not." The blueprint for the new gear change has been given to the workshop. After the workshop is produced, the power and speed can be adjusted. For example, when the current is too fast, the gears need to be adjusted. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand it. Li Yi said the principle was the same as the speed change of a bicycle when going up a hill. They could no longer use the big front wheel and the small rear wheel. Not renting it out. Baigu found that everyone was worried for nothing. That thing is expensive. Who will pull the ship up and dismantle it? Where can I find it? The new propeller will be used by the military in the future. Zhuangzi will also use it. Li Yi was telling the truth. The thing was too precious and not suitable for renting. He was afraid of losing it. Baigu was relieved. But if it's installed on a big ship, more people will step on it. No, the material can't withstand the force. It's possible to build a separate propeller, but it has its own weight. In the future, I will make a steam engine and use it to drive the ship. The ship will be loaded with coal to boil water. It will be equipped with seawater filtration equipment. After sailing for a long time, we will go further to sea. Li Yi had a full set of technology and was waiting for a ship. In recent years, the Navy had been abandoned. Even if it was not abandoned, it was not good. The ship must be bigger and have sails. Then he would build a steam engine ship as the flagship. Ships could be abandoned on the way, and the lives of sailors could be exchanged for money. When the time came, the sailors who went to America and came back alive would be a valuable asset. Let them bring more people to familiarize themselves with the sea route. The main thing was now that the ocean currents were more detailed, and which islands had fresh water. If there was really no fresh water on the island, they would bring drilling equipment to try. Li Yi shared his idea with Baigu. He had shared it with Li Longji and Li Qingqi before, and both of them had expressed their full support. So, you're not thinking about Tubo? Baigu concluded from Li Yi's words. We've been fighting Tubo for a few years, so we'll settle it once we make a move. The Turks couldn't compare to Tubo. They didn't develop their internal affairs well, and instead fought everywhere. After fighting for so long, what kind of foundation did they have? Relying on their bravery, they had neither the skills nor the reserves. Tubo was a completely slave society. They had the technology of breeding, planting, handicrafts, and they could produce their own weapons. Li Yi looked down on the Turks and didn't take them seriously. On the other hand, Tubo needed to be fought for 2 years. Now was the time for the country to accumulate strength. They had to bear with it for a while and then fight their way to Europe. As long as the key technology isn't leaked out, old Bai, we can conquer the entire world. No one is our match. Li Yi was confident that in the next 10 years they could suppress India and Arabia, and their losses would be minimal. Baigu heard about technology and pondered for a moment. Xiao Yi, tell me the truth. If you don't use your lifespan to exchange for Zhuangzi, how powerful is it now? The first generation of handmade lathes and converters have been produced. Chemistry and physics are being taught to the students. Don't think that they will still learn when they become officials. I will take exams, and if they don't pass, I will remove them from their positions. Biology is being taught to the nurses, and they will gradually perfect it. The production of glass and the gradual improvement in precision processing can provide the basic optical instruments. The sextant and theodolite can be produced at any time. A few more theodolites will be produced this autumn, and they can be used to survey the terrain. It is more useful than the current method. Li Yi didn't directly answer how powerful it was, and he couldn't say how many years ahead it was. Anyway, he had been building the foundations. What was truly powerful was not what was produced under his guidance, but what the students learned. This was especially so for the farmers and craftsmen. The term craftsman sounded like low-level existences. In fact, the craftsmen in Zhuangzi had learned many things, and any craftsman could bring out treasures. They had the theoretical foundation and craftsmanship. They were not allowed to leave Zhuangzi alone to avoid being caught. Baigu didn't understand, but he felt that it was unusual. His understanding of technology was limited. The weather is warm. Bring more chili sauce for me. It's too hot. I have to eat water. Baigu immediately changed the topic. Won't eating chili sauce cause excessive heat? Li, you wanted to explain from a medical point of view. Hurry up. When you slaughter the cow, send beef mince to me. Don't send it to the political affairs hall. Unless you prepare more, they will rob my things. Baigu didn't want to listen to the doctor. He just wanted to eat chili sauce. I have some now. Should I send it to your home? Or do you want to bring it with you? Zhuangzi had a new dead cow yesterday. When the cow was plowing, it suddenly hit its owner. Fortunately, the owner ran away and found someone to kill the cow and send it to the Li family, Zhuangzi. Li Yi had tested it. There was no problem. It was edible. As for why the cow hit its owner, it wasn't something he needed to consider. Maybe the owner was too harsh on the cow, or maybe the cow was depressed. No matter what, the cow had to die. At that time, he and his wife bought a cow and raised it to work. When it was time to sell it, the cow hit its owner. There was also a man who wanted to sell the cow. He didn't agree on the price and brought the cow home. As a result, he was hit by the cow. Maybe the cow felt that its owner was going to sell it and that it would be killed. Li Yi didn't know what was going on. He was not a cow. Zhuangzi's cows were all good. When it was time to work, it was necessary to put a plow on the cow. The cow stood and waited for the plow to start plowing. After plowing, it was necessary to bathe the cow. The cow also stood and enjoyed the bath. Then it ate. It never lost its temper and got along well with people. Baigu heard what happened, but he didn't say anything. He took the beef and chili sauce and left. He was going to eat noodles at home in the evening. He wanted noodles that had been soaked in water. Before the evening, the news about the Li family Zhuangzi's new boat that could fly close to the water spread. In the end, it was said that the Li family Zhuangzi's boat was blocked by the shore. It flew from the land for a while and returned to the water. This was relatively restrained. Otherwise, it would have flown into the sky and flew higher and higher towards the sun. In the evening, Li Longji's family of 3 came and brought a freshly slaughtered cow. He knew that Li Yi didn't want to kill working animals. He was soft-hearted and timid. Therefore, he arranged for someone to kill it. He didn't do it himself. In fact, this cow wasn't a working cow. It was specially raised for the royal family to eat. It was fatter than working cows. It would probably cause problems if it was used to work. Generally, working cows had to be taught from a young age. Otherwise, the cow wouldn't understand. It was best if there was a big cow working and a small cow watching. It would be better if it grew up in a working environment and then let it plow the land. Brother E, the boat has started sailing at Hoka Waterfall. It's very successful. Li Longji came specially to report the good news. Chapter 874. I heard that many people are watching and even walking on the road. Li Longji explained to Li Yi. Of course, he was also listening to other people's reports. When the boat reached a board with rollers, it was pulled up by a good hand. Then, the boat followed the board along the track by horse. The boat was faster on land than in the water. The people watching had to follow along. When they reached the other side, they would put the boat in the water. Not only would it not waste time, but it would also save some time. Li Yi was in a good mood when he heard this. Did you see that? Yellow River, Hoka Waterfall. I have solved the problem of boat transportation. We don't need to raise the sluice gate. We can just go on the board and track. Our boat is small. Who said that we can only move the boat on land with rolling logs? Third brother, look. From Tubo to the Yellow River, to the Grand Canal, and then to the Yangtze River. We can go against the Yangtze River and reach Tubo. Ask Tubo if they are afraid. This is the convenience of water transportation. A map of the Yellow River and Yangtze River appeared in Li Yi's mind. Li Longji nodded. Yes, I am afraid too. Why don't we travel by land? We will reach Tubo in the end anyway. Ha 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 ha. According to Li Yi, it was more than 300 miles on land, but they had to travel more than 20,000 miles on water. It was purely because they had nothing better to do. They could just go once a year and come back next year? Li Yi laughed. He was just joking. The water transportation of Hoka Waterfall not only brought economic and military benefits, but it also brought people support. For example, in Changzhou County, north of the Great Wall, the people did not have an easy life. They could not pay the rent, and the local government could only maintain it. Li family Zhuangzi went over to lead the people to find a new way out and provide help. The people had a backbone, and the hearts of the people were united. Those who did not have jobs in the past had jobs. Their income increased, and they had more contact with people from other villages. Why was his country's party so powerful at that time? It was because of their organizational skills. They told the people what to do. As long as they did not cheat them, the people would trust them. Usually, it was not obvious how superior they were. However, when there was a major crisis and they mobilized in the name of the country, more than 1 billion people followed. In the past, when it was the New Year, the people would use all kinds of methods to go home. Other countries in the world felt that it was a special situation, but the Chinese did have such a tradition. However, when it was not the New Year but a disaster, the people were still united. This was a situation that the world was afraid of. The leaders of other countries are jealous. Why do the Chinese people support the government so much? All they needed was an order to mobilize the entire country. The people of the Tang dynasty were the same. As long as they were organized and not deceived, they would support them. When their income was higher and their fields produced more, they would be willing to pay the rent. The river basin above the Hoka waterfall of the Yellow River was connected by boats, and the people could use this road at any time. They felt that they were not far from Chang. And third brother, we have to strengthen the local public security. Just like the imperial governor's office, the bailiffs will help the people when they encounter difficulties. Li Yi brought up the functions of the local government along the unobstructed waterway of the Yellow River. At that time, in the lands of the current Turks, the local people were responsible for patrolling the borders. Then, when school reopened in spring, it snowed heavily. The people braved the snow to send their children to school. The school communicated with the police at all times. If the signal was broken, the police would immediately be dispatched and brave the wind and snow to help. Under such a policy, the people could not rebel or revolt. Now, whoever dared to speak ill of the imperial court in the imperial governor's office would be arrested by the people and sent to Chang, and or the Li family Zhuangzi. After the Yellow River, to other places upstream, the imperial court of the Tang dynasty did not have close enough contact with those places. That would not work. It was difficult for the government to be close to the people. Can you be more specific? Li Longji became serious. He was now asking about politics. Let me tell you a story. It is said that there are two countries. The northern part of one country and the northern part of the other country actually belonged to the same ethnic group many years ago. Li Yi told Li Longji about Inner Mongolia and Mongolia. They were both herders and lived in tents. When it snowed heavily, the sheep herders in Inner Mongolia saw that the situation was not good. They made a call on the local garrison and other police would help. They sent fodder and asked if they needed to migrate. If the call could not be made, they could just wait. This was because the local government would contact them when they saw the heavy snow. The signal would be broken and they had to send people. As for the other country, they had to endure it when it snowed. Therefore, the herders living in the border area did not have much hope in their country. If they really encountered danger, they would enter the other country. Li Yi used the language he organized to tell the story. He did not say that the Inner Mongolian people lived in tents and had off-road vehicles. Even so, they had to be rescued. The people outside lived in shacks and no one cared. The people on both sides felt different. If there was a war, even if the people in the place under the care of the government did not personally charge, they would help transport supplies. As for the people on the other side, if they could run, they would run. They would not risk their lives. If the people's hearts were not united, the state would be dragged down. Li Yi concluded. He did not say that the ruler was like a boat and the people were like water. Based on reality, who did the people support? Why did they support them? Li Longji listened and thought for a while. The House of Subjugation has indeed suffered too much damage. It should be compensated. Over the years, the harem has suffered too much. When he said this, he closed his eyes. After years of war, many people were killed. It seemed that this ending was destined from the end of the Sui dynasty. Li Longji began to think about the past, including historical events. He did not want to say whether Wu Zetian was right or wrong. He felt that with Wu Zetian in power, it would be difficult for her to settle the world. In the end, she still had to find a successor, and that person could only be her son. Ruling the world before the Turks and Tubo were defeated, there would be no good ending. They were always scheming against each other, and there was no peace in the royal family. When it came to him, he did not want to kill anymore. However, the Turks and Tubo were still there. Brother Yi, is there anything lacking in the harem? Li Longji was afraid. Empress Wang is in charge. Her position will not be changed. There's no need to worry about the harem or the court. Li Yi looked at the present through history. Should we kill Wu Jiu? Li Longji gritted his teeth. Ah, kill? You can't kill her. Third brother, Wu Jiu is actually very powerful, especially when it comes to scheming. She can carry out lady diplomacy. The so-called lady diplomacy is... Li Yi began to teach Li Longji the method. Wu Ji was very good at politics. Killing her meant that the man could not control her. Then wouldn't Empress Wang's power fall to someone else? Li Longji understood. He wanted Wu Jiu to organize activities for other foreign women. Empress Wang is the motherly model of the world. She has the power to make decisions. She will speak on important matters. Li Yi did not feel that there was any conflict. Diplomacy was diplomacy, and the country's foundation was the country's foundation. Since, when could diplomats be above the country's foundation? Empress Wang, who had a son, would not be able to control the situation? Then you have underestimated Empress Wang. She would do anything for her son. When women are ruthless, there was nothing they could not do. Chapter 875. I won't be going to work tomorrow. There are a lot of things to do during the spring plowing. Li Longji wanted to ask for leave again. He needed to think about some things. The 3 prime ministers in the imperial court balanced each other. The governor of the capital was also a former prime minister. The governor of Hunan was still a former prime minister. Now that the imperial court of the Tang dynasty was full of people, Gao Lisher had learned a lot of skills. Why didn't he take a day off? It had been 10 days since he last took a day off. Besides, he was not really taking a day off. He was asking about politics. There was someone beside him who could give him ideas at any time. Didn't he still have to ask Brother Yi about important things? Even if Tubo attacked, he would be beside Brother Yi. Would he delay things? Rest? The weather is not good. Is it cold? Is it hot? Li Longji said and looked at Li Yi. If Li Yi persuaded him, he would still have to go to the imperial court. Li Yi nodded. Working anywhere was still working. As long as things were handled well, it was fine. Are we still going to the hot springs in Mount Li? Li Longji was as happy as a child on holiday. Let's go to drunken immortal residence. The water there is better for breathing. There is more carbon dioxide, which is more carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide stimulates the breathing of the brain stem. If there is carbon dioxide, people will die. If there is no carbon dioxide, people will also die. Unless they wear a ventilator and use external force to control the breathing of the lungs. When breathing in oxygen through the nose, it can be pure oxygen. When breathing in with a mask, pure oxygen will kill people. Of course, the process of death is not painful. It is pure oxygen. Breathing in and out will kill you. It is very comfortable. Li Yi talked about the hot springs in drunken immortal residence. He also talked about medical science. In a criminal case, there was a foreign husband who changed his wife's oxygen tank and then dived into the water. Can't you tell? Li Longji discovered a new world. With the current medical level, others can't tell. Li Yi added a precondition. Now other people. If it was in his hands, he could think in this direction and dissect it. He could get the results. What other methods? Li Longji was more interested. Anesthesia, gas anesthesia. This is a chemical method. There is also a physical method, such as spraying water on paper. Tie the person up, put a layer of paper on his face, spray a mouthful of water, cover another layer, and spray a mouthful of saliva. The person will be unable to breathe and will be exhaling. If you press down this bubble, it won't take long for the person to suffocate to death. Li Yi felt suffocated in 2 ways. You can't find anything? Li Longji asked. Of course, I can find out which one is in my hands. The former was caused by drugs, while the latter was caused by machinery. As long as you exist, we will be able to find out. I can take on the role of a forensic doctor to speak for the rights of the living and for the dead. Li Yi's expression was solemn. If there was a need, a doctor would act as a forensic doctor. This was especially so when a forensic doctor needed to be involved. The doctor had to give an absolutely objective answer. Li Longji was really dumbfounded this time. How could a person who suffocated to death be found? How did they investigate this? I'm so angry that I can't breathe. Do you know? Then when you kill people, Li Longji thought that if the other party could investigate, he would naturally kill. I don't know how to use medical methods to kill people. If I want to kill someone, I will kill him with a single shot. Of course, killing people with poison gas bombs does not belong to the medical field. That's in the field of chemical military applications. I can provide it, but when I provide it, my identity is not a doctor. Li Yi always adhered to his oath and bottom line. Killing with a gun was different from killing with medical methods. Third brother, I have the smallpox virus now. I also have the smallpox vaccine. I used the smallpox vaccine on the people of the Tang dynasty and released the smallpox virus. Li was very calm. I will tell you what kind of power I have. Li Longji's eyes instantly widened. He stared at Li Yi. Good, that's great. Brother Yi, don't release it. You keep it. Li Longji was happy. He also did not want to use smallpox to kill people. He felt that he had a nuclear weapon. Even if I don't use it, it doesn't mean that I don't have the means. If you push me too far, I will let Brother Yi kill you. In other words, I promise that I will not use Brother Yi first in the war. Not using nuclear weapons and not using nuclear weapons feel different. So, what do I have to worry about? You Tubo attack the Tang dynasty? If you kill too many of my people, I will let Brother Yi take action. Then, third brother, let's go to Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County. You don't have to think about work. It's simple. Li Yi got up and prepared to change his clothes. He had been wearing his white coat for a day. He wanted to change into a new white coat. At first, people were not used to his clothes. But now, if he did not wear it, people would not be used to it. Li Yi was willing to wear it. It was loose and had a big pocket. He could put some things in his pocket. He also liked to wear it before. It was not embarrassing to wear it. A doctor's coat was not embarrassing. The female nurse's coat was beautiful. The female nurse's coat was light pink. It was slimming. After Li Yi changed his clothes, a group of people rushed to Lantian County by boat. Ching Song was like a pharmaceutical representative. He was dragging a big suitcase. The other 3 eunuchs were also carrying a big suitcase. The palace maids were also dragging long suitcases. They were like air stewardesses. Of course, they were more beautiful than the air stewardesses in Li Yi's time. There were not many air stewardesses in Li Yi's time. The so-called temperament was the same as the ones who sold cosmetics, not to mention the current palace maids. Those who were not beautiful could not be a palace maid. Those who were not beautiful could not be Tao Hong or Tsuelio. As for temperament, which palace maid did not have a good temperament? Which palace maid was not dignified? His Majesty went to Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County. He will not be coming back tomorrow. Li family Zhuangzi's team was too big. The news quickly spread to Xingqing Palace. Song Jing came to a conclusion after hearing about it. He won't be coming back tomorrow. What do you mean he won't be coming back tomorrow? Baigu nitpicked. Don't worry about it. Li Yi will go with him. Su Yi felt that he should not keep an eye on Her Majesty. He had to deal with the political affairs hall. We will also have a break in a few days. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Residence. Song Jing was angry. He had a day off every 10 days. Nominally, it was to take a bath and wash his hair. He had been to the hot spring in Drunken Immortal Residence in Lantian County several times. It was impossible to get in. The innermost part was the place to get water. It was used to make drinking water and sold at a high price in Drunken Immortal Residence. The water was actually the same. There was only one hot spring. Could it be different in the outer part? No, Drunken Immortal Residence separated it out. Rich people recognized this. Yes, the water in the middle was expensive and drinkable. No one was allowed to go there. Of course, no one went there. It was hot in the middle. If they went there, they would be boiled. Yes, let's go. Su Yi was full of support. He was also feeling hot recently. He wanted to eat good food. Anyway, he did not need to spend money. He was the Prime Minister. Li Yi provided services for him, for free. Baigu looked at the two of them. Let's deal with the government affairs first. Otherwise, Xiao Yi will be angry if you go there. You don't want to join the Revolutionary Army, right? Baigu was the most practical. It was useless to say anything. They could only enjoy the treatment if they did their work well. If something went wrong, they would ask for the responsibility. Whoever took the responsibility should join the Revolutionary Army. Did they think that the benefits given by Li Yi were so easy to take? Especially Song Jing, who was upright and outspoken in front of outsiders. Which one of the things given by Li family Zhuangzi did he not want? Chapter 876. The rake is so deep. Will the worms freeze to death after digging them out? In Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi's 20 mu of idle land in winter, the cows were raking the land. According to the method written in the newspaper, soybeans should be planted with deep and shallow fertilizer at the same time. The land used to raise bean worms obviously couldn't be plowed deeply. After shallow plowing, the crops were raked and planted with the bean machine invented by Li Yi. They used the planting method without ridges, unless it was in places with a lot of precipitation. It was good for drainage. When the bean sprouts grew, the worms would become moths. After mating, they would lay eggs on the bean leaves. When the season came, Li family Zhuangzi sent people to Princess Yongmu's place to give instructions. The surrounding neighbors watched, and when they were done, they hurried back to follow the instructions. Everyone knew that raising worms would reduce the yield of beans. However, worms were expensive and could be eaten. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Li family Zhuangzi would buy them. It was more cost-effective than planting beans. The cows in front raked, while the people behind started planting. Li family Zhuangzi's people grabbed a handful of soil to check the moisture level and nodded. More people started planting beans. Beans need to be watered. There is not enough water in the soil now. Otherwise, the bean sprouts will fall. If the soil is dry, there will be no water, especially when it blooms. It will affect the yield of beans, Li family Zhuangzi's people said to the neighbors. It was actually written in the newspaper. He emphasized it again to deepen the impression. Normally, only lazy people would plant beans. After scattering the seeds, they didn't need to care about the harvest. For example, in the Guangzhou area, after the snow melted in winter, they just needed to throw the beans. After that, they didn't need to care about anything. In fact, they still needed to be watered during the blooming process to increase the yield per mu. The neighbors grabbed a handful of soil to feel it. Some grabbed the soil and prepared to take it away to compare it with the soil in their own fields. Now that they didn't need to raise silkworms, their work in the fields was relatively simple. It was easier to adjust their time. The rest of their energy was put on raising worms to see if they could make a lot of money. Drunken Immortal Residence Hot Spring. Brother E, with so many people raising insects, won't the price drop if there are too many insects? On the way to Lantian County, Lilongji saw some people planting beans, especially the unowned riverside area, which was occupied by others. When the land was occupied, it had to be furrowed to prove that there was someone there. Otherwise, if the land was flat, who would know that you had planted it? In addition to beans, he also planted perilla. Perilla was easier to grow than beans. Just sprinkle some seeds on it. In the past, no one was willing to plant them. There were wild ones by the roadside, just like weeds. Li Yi had written in the newspaper that if he planted some, it could be used to make salted vegetables. When he harvested the seeds, it could be used for medicinal purposes. When the commoners saw this, they went around looking for seeds. The medicine shops had them, but they had to spend money. Fortunately, the next day, the newspaper said that the Li family Zhuangzi had given them some seeds. Take them and plant them. Remember to collect them when you're done. There were different harvesting methods for different periods of time. Perilla leaves were delicious when used to make salted vegetables. Among the Korean pickles, the perilla leaf was an indispensable ingredient. There were also steamed sticky bean buns. Fearing that the bean buns would stick to the pot, he put them on the perilla leaf. After steaming, there was still the taste of perilla. Li Longji did not know what was the use of having more perilla leaves. He started from a market economy. If there were more things, the price would be lower. I will set the price according to the nutritional value. When the price of meat and eggs is high, the price of worms will not be low, unless everything is lowered. Li Yi was prepared to manipulate the price. If others wanted to buy the worms, they must pay more than the price offered by the Li family Zhuangzi. If anyone wanted to buy the worms at the same price, they would have to go to each family and collect the worms personally to save the transportation costs. If the price was lowered, the commoners would not sell the worms. They would catch the worms themselves and send them to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji nodded. But it's possible that we can't sell them. It's okay. The worms can be raised in the soil. The people in Zhuangzi, foreigners and captives, can eat them. If we eat the worms, we will save on other things. We will not lose anything. I believe that there will be people selling snacks in the two cities. Whether you like to eat them or not depends on your habits. Li Yi had already thought about it. The biggest advantage of the bean worms was that they could sleep in the soil after they grew up. Other things would rot in the soil, but the worms could be preserved. You still want to eat grape leaves? Li Longji was worried about the grapes. You have to differentiate them. The bean worms are the heavenly bean moth's worms. There is also a type of heavenly frost moth's worm. Don't mix them up. Don't eat them blindly. I need to print a special picture and print a separate newspaper. It will be divided into pieces, and the content of each piece will be the same. A newspaper can be cut into several copies of the same picture for the commoners to compare. Li Yi was afraid that people would mistake the two types of worms and eat them. What if they were allergic to the worms? Li Longji was relieved. He stirred the water with his hands, and many small bubbles rose. This spring is good. It can be drunk. Li Longji could not find the same spring water in his various hot springs. Some of them had small bubbles, but there were too few of them. If it was someone else who owned a hot spring, he would have thought of ways to make it the royal family's. Actually, the commoners can enjoy it at all. It's hard for them to even bathe themselves. How can they have the leisure to soak in the hot springs? In some other places, the commoners nearby will bathe there. The commoners in Mount Li do not know how to climb the mountain. Li Yi lamented that the commoners' lives were not easy. He used his time as a comparison. The commoners also did not have clean tap water to drink. They drank from the river. Although they did not seem to have any diseases, the chances of them having worms in their stomachs were still very high. You have to increase the planting of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, the roundworm dispelling powder I gave you will be useless. Li Yi did not need to mention the pagoda candy anymore. Everyone should eat the herbs together. The herbs had a method to treat roundworms. There were a few groups of them. In the future, when the barbarians from overseas got the seeds of roundworm, they could mix it with other herbs or extract it using indigenous methods and distribute it to humans and animals in large quantities. As long as it could be extracted and used, it could be used in traditional Chinese medicine. Li Longji did not say anything. He looked at the water in front of him in a daze. He was thinking about the many doctors in the capital who could treat the commoners at any time. There were also pharmacies. The commoners of the Tang dynasty, who lived in remote places, could only pick up the herbs they were familiar with to cope with their illness. How many people died because they could not see a doctor? These people could live for many more years. After a long time, when Li Yi was sleepy and was about to go out, Li Longji spoke. Those who are willing to learn medicine should be given subsidies. As long as they want to learn, they will be given some money and food for a month. Then they will be given more subsidies if they do well in the exams. Li Longji had thought of a way to let more people learn medicine. When they start learning, they will be given money. With money, they will be able to support their families without any worries. In order to get more money, they will work hard and master the basic knowledge as soon as possible. They will recruit students from all over the country. When they have learned enough, they will be released. They will be given a set of medical books, and those who do not know how to read the medical books. Even if they were quacks, it was better than not having any doctors in the area. Once they graduate, the knowledge they have can at least save some people's lives. At the same time, they will be asked to find a place to grow medicine in their hometown. Then, the medicine will be sent to each other. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the station Please go back to Qidian to subscribe and vote if you have the ability. The subscription results are getting worse and worse. Everyone might feel that they are spending too much money, but they also feel that it is not enough. This is very difficult. The farmer bowed. Chapter 877. The next day, Li Longji was still in drunken immortal house when the imperial court sent out edicts to all the prefectures of the Tang dynasty. It required people who were interested in medicine to study in the capital government. First of all, they must know how to read and write. Secondly, they must not be over 40 years old. Anyone who came to the capital government would be given a travel allowance, even if they were not selected. If they were selected, they would be given a settlement allowance of 600 yuan per month. They would not be allowed to spend it. They would eat and live in the capital government for free. At the same time, it was announced that there would be an increase in the number of post stations. There would be a post station every 10 miles, and the local people would be in charge of raising livestock and taking over manpower. In addition, the post soldiers would receive a 30% increase in salary according to the rank of the post station. One was an edict and the other was a book. People who were knowledgeable could tell that the former was provided by the emperor. In other words, the emperor might provide the money to raise doctors, or this was the emperor's idea. The book was approved by the emperor and the imperial court officials. It was more formal, and there was no need to worry about problems. Of course, the emperor's edict was not to be feared. Many people in the capital government were already studying medicine and were preparing to be small officials. Now that they saw the subsidies, they were happy. It was impossible for others to get subsidies while they had nothing. As for the post stations, the people did not think much of it. They thought that they were far away from them, and they did not write letters or ask people to bring things. The officials in the capital government felt a different situation. One post every 10 miles, they had to strengthen the exchange of information. Something big was going to happen. The other reason was that the imperial court was rich. Otherwise, how could they raise those livestock and post soldiers? I hope we can get our money back soon. Once we set up the post stations, we will have 3,000 post stations on land and water and more than 60,000 post soldiers, plus the money to buy livestock. If the emperor did not give us some initial funds, we would not be able to open them. Xiao Yi's bicycle will be sold out soon, right? Alas, it's no use selling it. He won't pay me taxes. Baigu lamented in the political affairs hall. When the book was released, he felt like he had lost a piece of his heart. Song Jing and Su Yi did not respond to Baigu at all. They knew how much money and convenience the post stations would provide in the future. The main content of the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper would be sent to various newspapers in the next few days. The newspaper office would then use wax paper to print the stories and information collected by the newspaper office. Next, he would take on advertising jobs and use the money he earned to subsidize the imperial court. The relay station could continue to buy livestock on its own. People could eat well, and the family had money. Even if they had to climb mountains, they would have the strength to do so. The imperial court would give an additional 30% of the benefits, which was equivalent to 6% more money for the local courier. His original income of 400 yuan per month had suddenly increased to 1,040 yuan. With this kind of money, how could he not work hard? If he didn't do a good job, there would be people lining up to do it. The local newspapers were under the direct control of His Majesty. They collected local information. Discovering that an official was corrupt, a secret report was urgently sent out, and the local officials could not catch up even if they wanted to. The speed of the 10 li relay post was not the same as running 800 li in a day and a night. It was a short sprint. It was only 10 li, so the horse wouldn't die from running. He could use all his strength to whip it. Don't you think money is the most important thing? Baigu waited for a while. Seeing that no one comforted him, he voiced out his opinion. I think Li Yi is important. With Li Yi we have money. Su Yi spoke the truth. The entire Tang dynasty had always been pushed forward by Li Yi, including the literacy of the entire nation. At least the capital government had almost completed it. In a few years, the medical students that His Majesty found and so many people from the capital government would be able to treat diseases everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Song Jing looked outside through the glass window that was added to the political affairs hall. The sunlight shone in at an angle, and there were small things moving in the light. He always seems to be able to find dust that can't be seen normally. Isn't he like the sun? Song Jing gave a very high evaluation. He's evil. Compared to the sun, he doesn't do anything himself, but he comes up with ideas to torture us. I think he can't plant the new indica rice. What should we do? He boasted that he can plant 2 crops of indica rice a year in Guangzhou, and he can also plant other crops once. Give him what he can and don't need to replant. The rice roots don't need to be soaked and plowed. There's no time to waste. Bai Gu had learned a lot of knowledge today. He knew why rice and wheat couldn't be planted consecutively. After harvesting, the remaining rice and wheat stubble would affect the next planting. Usually they would be soaked in water. Otherwise, according to the newly obtained rice seeds in the south, they could be harvested 6 times a year. It was said that the growing cycle was 50 days. Including the time for harvesting and plowing. 6 times was no problem. In the Guangzhou area, if they were given 8 months, wouldn't they be able to plant 4 times? In fact, it was impossible. The difference was too big. Long Zhe, you're gloating. Be careful that Li Yi doesn't know. Song Jing joked. If you don't say, how will he know? I want to see how he plants it. Bai Gu was serious. He didn't believe it. Hurry up and set up the postal service among the people. Then go ask Li Yi for stamps. Send the stamps first. When the relay station asks for stamps next time, bring back the money from the first stamp sale. He didn't think about how to plant rice in Guangzhou. What was in front of him was the relay station. Once it was set up, it had to be used immediately. Everyone was waiting. They knew how powerful a relay station in Tenli was. Once all the relay stations were set up, the people would have a guarantee of safety. The relay stations were open to the people. As long as it wasn't in a remote and uninhabited place, there would be a relay station for them to rest in. If there was a road, but they didn't take it and had to climb mountains, there was no way to find a relay station for hundreds of li previously. They were talking about how to let the people in other parts of the Tang dynasty have a place to drink hot water like the capital government. Now there was. It wasn't 10 li away. They could even provide black bread. For example, 1/3 of black bread. The people could eat and drink. They could take their household registration certificate and check it. The people at the relay station had to write down who the bread was given to. Otherwise, there would be a situation of false reporting. The 3 of them discussed the details of how the relay station would help the people, whether to provide accommodation in summer and winter, and how much bread to give. Should they put some salt in the bread? Or should the relay station provide salted vegetables? How to enter the accounts? How to prevent the people at the relay station from making false reports? And how to prevent them from being greedy? Every matter needed to be perfected. They even found someone to think about it. There was no problem with the stamps. They needed to pay the Li family, Zhuangzi, the printing fee. Just give him the capital. Don't let him print it privately and sell it at a low price. When the sky was about to turn dark, Bai Gu was preparing to get off work. In front of a group of people, he was very tough with the Li family Zhuangzi. He looked as if he could suppress the Li family Zhuangzi. Song Jing and Su Yi lowered their heads. The other officials nodded. Anyway, you're the Prime Minister. We will listen to whatever you say. You're good. That's all for today. Everyone go home. Tonight, Li Yi can go back to Zhuangzi. Tomorrow morning, I will go and talk to him. I will let him know the rules. Bai Gu was very satisfied. After the meeting, he went home by car. He was thinking about what to eat at home tonight. Chapter 878. Xiao Yi. Look, I've added in some details. See if there's anything wrong. There's also the stamps. Add in the labor costs. Li Longji, who had gone to morning court in full health, brushed past him again and went to Baigu in Zhuangzi to ask Li Yi for advice. At this moment, he was completely different from last night. He took the initiative to help Li Yi get money for Zhuangzi. He handed over a stack of papers and organized the methods. Li Yi casually flipped through them and stared at the section that required household registration and public inspection. Old Bai, the relay station requires household registration. Won't the runaways starve to death? I also need to use newspapers to recruit workers in various prefectures and let them come to the capital to work. They can just come and arrange a place to live and a job. For the first 2 months, I won't ask for rent immediately. I'll make up for it when I earn money. The houses are cheap and called low-rent housing. Aren't you envious of the land I bought? Hurry up and build houses around it. When the weather warms up, we'll be able to recoup the cost of building the houses. The toilets and drainage must be completed. We can't let it become a run-down shed like before. When Li Yi mentioned the land he bought, Baigu felt that he had profited. He was exempted from taxes for 2 years. In the end, the warehouses and residences were developed. There were also shops, night markets, and food stalls. Then Li Yi collected fees. He found people to clean the place. There were also diesel lamps at night and free soup. After deducting these 2 expenses, he earned money every day. He also earned money from the warehouse rental. When summer came, he would get back the money he earned from renting the land from Baigu. In the future, it would be income. He would only pay taxes to the Ministry of Revenue 2 years later. Don't mention it again. When we get back, I'll arrange for people to build houses. The rest will be done according to your plan. Baigu didn't feel good. He was at a disadvantage. Why was he always at a disadvantage? Li Yi nodded, indicating that he wasn't angry anymore. You need to build a building, public toilets, increase patrols, and a few diesel lamps at night. Anything else? Baigu looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were taking notes. Whatever Li Yi muttered to himself or whatever the ministers said, he had to remember it all, including some of what Li Longji said. However, these things wouldn't be added to the daily record for the time being. He would arrange for them to be added in the future. Also, have the arrangements for the various counties been made? My elder brother has already built a warehouse, and he is also building buildings in the county to accommodate the outsiders. The development of the governor's office was comprehensive. They could not develop Chang'an alone. The job opportunities in Chang' were limited. The increase in the number of foreigners will increase the revenue of the Ministry of Revenue. They will spend, and if there is a shortage of daily necessities, merchants will send things over, and you will collect taxes. Li Yi didn't mention that the shops had to pay taxes based on their sales. They couldn't control it. Shops were taxed based on their size and scale, as well as the type of business they operated. If that's the case, why doesn't the relay station provide free things to the people, or only provide free boiled water? We also need money to boil water. Baigu started to feel troubled. He wanted to let the people in other places get some help. When they were on the road, they were most afraid of not having water to drink or a place to rest. They would have to carry food with them. What if there was no food and they had to beg for food all the way? About this, in fact, the location of each relay station, whether it is an important traffic route, the surrounding population, and how much it consumes have a fluctuation range. If you compare it with other places and make it into a chart, you will be able to see it. For example, if you have a relay station, there are few letters coming in and out. There are also few things, and the surrounding population is small. If its consumption can catch up with other more prosperous relay stations, it is a problem in itself. Li Yi said in terms of probability, the data was there for all to see. What if the local people are poor and go to the relay station every day to get bread and water? Some even live in the relay station. Naturally, there will be more. Baigu found another explanation. For example, the Li family Zhuangzi's free soup. Many people came to drink it every day. They would leave after drinking a bowl. It was an important daily activity. When they drank the soup, there was a sense of sacredness. In poor places, if the relay station was in the county or village, the people would go to get it every day. Even if it was 1/3 of a piece of black bread, it would be enough for one person to eat once a day. They would tell them that drinking boiled water was good and would not get sick. They would go to drink boiled water every day. Naturally, there would be people begging in the county. Even if they went to the county's grief field square, if they could get extra bread, why not take it? Don't you know about the relay stations in the village and county? You can take it once, but if you take it every day, won't you remember? If you take more, you won't give it unless you buy stamps. If you buy stamps and give a piece of bread, the cost of the bread itself is more than 1 coin. Li Yi did not think that the people at the relay station could not tell. If they asked for stamps once in a while, they would treat it as a subsidy from the imperial court. If they took advantage of it once a day, they would not provide it. Baigu nodded. It can be done, but if you buy stamps for 1 coin and give bread for more than 1 coin, you will still lose money. If you buy stamps, they will keep them. Of course, they will use them. Those who did not want to write letters can write letters this time. For example, there are families in 2 villages who marry each other. They are illiterate. After buying bread, they realize that the stamps can help deliver things. They will say it and let the people at the relay station remember it. Then they will send the things back to their parents' home or to their in-laws. They will ask the people at the relay station to help them write letters and give them extra money. When there are more exchanges, they will buy stamps for 1 coin and only give 1/3 of the bread. Or they will buy stamps for 10 coins and give a piece of bread. At this time, they will get used to it and realize that they can send things to the place by spending a little money. It is more convenient than going by themselves, and it will not affect their work. Baigu continued Li Yi's words and said, "Yes, it can also deepen the exchanges between both sides. Sometimes family ties need to be protected. Catch a few fish, make them into dried fish, and send them back to their parents' home." Li Yi gave an example. How convenient it was to send things by mail. The people in the 2 places were 60 miles apart. They would not be able to reach the place in a day. If they wasted 4 days to send something, would they not farm anymore? Would they not do the chores at home? Give stamps to the relay station. 60 miles away, 2 coins. The relay station will receive things from several families and send them once. At the same time, they will also bring back goods from the previous relay station that were sent to the village from other places. This way, everyone will gradually accept it. When newspapers are popularized, pinyin will be popularized. When writing, they will write a letter according to the calligraphy and drawings in the newspaper. They will realize that 1 coin can be sent to the village over there. With the paper and envelope, it will be less than 1 coin. Send it, and let them see that I am also knowledgeable. Wait at the relay station. When there are dozens of letters, send it together. Anyway, you did not ask for it to be rushed. Or you can also bring the letter when you send the package. This thing is light. I understand. I will invest money first. It looks like I am losing money, but I will earn money later. Just like your newspaper. I will lose money every day in the beginning. Until now, you still do not pay taxes. Baigu said as he thought about the fact that newspapers did not pay taxes. There were many advertisements in newspapers now, and people were still willing to read advertisements. They wanted to see what cheap things there were and who would accept them. The back of the newspaper could be used to write letters. They could cut the newspaper with advertisements into envelopes. Use the newspaper to write letters, put them in, and mail them away. The newspaper has always been educating the people. The imperial court's orders are also transmitted through the newspaper. I have not asked you for subsidies. Li Yi was determined not to pay taxes to the newspaper. He was researching new ink and paper and counting on the newspaper's profits. Chapter 879. After getting the secret book, Baigu took a small jar of chili oil. He didn't eat lunch and hurried back to the political affairs hall. Li family Zhuangzi's chili oil was different from chili oil. It was more chili oil and made with chili powder. Chili oil was less chili and made with chili powder. They were both very spicy. The chili was the same, millet chili. Hot pot for lunch. I brought back a small jar. Bai Gu returned and shared the good news with everyone in the political affairs hall. Bai Zaifu is really powerful. He suppressed Li Yi. Li Yi had to give something as an apology. Bai Zaifu should go more often. I want to eat Li family Zhuangzi's fermented bean curd. It's not good outside. Li family Zhuangzi's sweet and salted garlic taste better. Thanks to Bai Zaifu, we can't eat it. Everyone praised. Someone ran to the dining hall and said that they didn't need to do anything else at noon. They wanted to eat hot pot. Song Jing and Su Yi didn't believe that Bai Gu could take advantage of Li Yi. What was there to be proud of when he went there and brought back some food? Li Yi gave it to everyone, including the officials in the political affairs hall. Small officials couldn't see Li Yi, but they could get something cheap, including the things they got from Li family Zhuangzi every month according to the officials' rank. They were used to it. Usually, it was the family members who went. The officials didn't have anything to tell them. You, the prime minister, went there early in the morning and brought back a small jar of chili oil. You have a lot of face. There's a way. When I went there and asked Xiao Yi obediently, Bai Gu, don't talk about irrelevant things. We all know. Song Jing had to interrupt Bai Gu's bragging. I asked him. He was fine with anything else, but he rejected the household registration and public inspection. He said that he didn't need to take anything. What he gave was a complete set of follow-up operations. Bai Gu became obedient and began to repeat what Li Yi had said. At the same time, he showed the extra copy that the palace maids and eunuchs had written. Under the premise of ensuring relief, this will pave the way for future development and solve the shortage of labor in the capital. Su Yi concluded after reading. Song Jing, on the other hand, saw something else. It's not just to solve the population shortage, but also to increase the household register. Many of the fugitives will go to the capital office to re-register. Song Jing saw this. Population statistics. The annexation of land was serious, and the number of refugees increased. The imperial court had no idea how many people there were in a place. There were also some who sold their fields to the people in the clan. This way, they would be considered as landless people. If they were to become runaways again, they would still be able to continue farming, but they would no longer have to pay rent. As the land in various places was gradually cleared and the land was rented, these people would have to buy the land back. If they bought the land back, they would have to re-register. This involved whether to ask the other party to pay for the previous rent. He felt that it was impossible. They couldn't afford it. They had spent all the money they had. If they had to pay so much at once, it would drive them to death. Thinking about this, Song Jing said, clear the land and rent should be accelerated. When the time comes, the other fugitives and mountain people will also be willing to have a place of origin. Of course, I believe that in a few years, Li Yi will give more benefits to the people of the Tang dynasty. There will be money. Bai Gu agreed. He wanted to urge this policy to be pushed forward. Now, the local government was powerless to resist. His Majesty had his private army. The 16 guards were no longer a simple army with low combat power. The Qianyu guards were the ceremonial soldiers. They were tall and beautiful, but now they were all tanned. They didn't rest at all during the winter. They trained in the snow, as usual, and even swam in the winter. They didn't look so pale, but they looked more handsome. Their temperament had changed. The key was that they had combat power. The long sabers they used before were wooden and painted. Now the long sabers were iron rods that were also painted. Each saber weighed about 15 kilograms. If there was any danger, they could swing the sabers and chop. His Majesty's army was powerful. When he implemented the government, the local families' will to resist was weak. They used to worry that some government orders would violate the interests of the big families, and then the local families would revolt. The imperial court had no soldiers to mobilize. They were relying on the Tujue and Tubo. The local soldiers' combat power was too weak. They were not afraid now. Revolt, revolt. Where should they mobilize the troops? Send troops directly from Chang'an. I will let you see the marching speed and combat power of the winged knights with 3 mounts each." Therefore, a group of people called for a meeting of the standing committee to discuss the problems they faced. The people of the capital government didn't worry about the state's affairs. They were dismantling the greenhouses. It was the beginning of March, according to the lunar calendar. According to the solar calendar, it was already late April. The weather was warm, so there was no need for the greenhouses. The crops in the greenhouses were about to be planted. Under sufficient sunlight, they could grow again with some water. Then, they planted the vegetables on the ground. The greenhouses of Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi were dismantled. The neighbors came to watch. They were curious about everything on Xiaolan's Zhuangzi. Sure enough, it grows better than my greenhouses. They used mineral fertilizers and matched them to different fields. It's a pity that they didn't buy it last year. They bought it this year. Xiaolan's Zhuangzi produces more vegetables than my family. It's a loss. How much money does it cost to buy fertilizer? That's why owner Li is so capable. Little Miss is so lucky. Don't say that. Why are you shouting when you're not married? How am I supposed to live? I found a good person. Why didn't I see my family? They probably wanted to marry me to someone in the past, but they took a fancy to me. How can I meet them? How embarrassing. I'm afraid they don't live well. No one in the family can read. When they see that person, they feel inferior. That's because the in-laws are powerful. But that person is good. There's no need to worry. The neighbors talked to each other based on their own guesses. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Xiao Lan laughed heartlessly. She laughed and even grabbed Princess Yongmu's arm and whispered, "Little Miss, our family is weak. We're the weakest family in the Tang dynasty. Ha ha ha, you talk too much. Go and see what else needs to be arranged." Princess Yongmu patted Xiaolan's arm and also pursed her lips and laughed. "There's no need to look for me. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi have all been arranged. But our shop in the East Market is about to reach the top of the 4-story building. We don't have anything to sell. Go and ask Li Lang for it. If he gives us something, we'll sell it. The money from selling it will be yours. We have to save up for our own dowry. Otherwise, what if we get bullied by our in-laws?" Xiao Lan mentioned this again. She felt that the neighbors were interesting. How could they tell that she and Xiao Lan were from a poor family? If her family really came over, they'd be scared to death. Princess Yongmu's eyes were filled with anticipation. It should be something interesting that's suitable for women. Li Lang knows a lot. She gradually liked interacting with outsiders. Her introverted personality was changing. When she taught the neighbors' children, her mood became better and better. Sometimes the neighbors would send things over and she would send some back. However, she didn't have much contact with the merchants protecting her around Zhuangzi. Most of the time, they were the ones helping to guard and work. Chapter 880. Make these according to the drawings. Xingshu's sundry goods store is now a 4-story building. It will be ready for business in a month. Li Yi had been designing all day. Other than the dress and silk stockings he designed for Princess Yongmu, he also designed other things, including shoes. Shoes had heels, but even high heels were not thin. At the same time, the height difference was no more than 3 centimeters. It was no more than 3 centimeters from the lowest part of the shoe. High heels would affect people's health if they wore them for a long time. Just like the foot binding in the later stage, women's feet did not look good after they were wrapped up. They looked small and pretty when they wore shoes, but when they took them off, their feet were deformed. The most interesting thing was that rich people bound their feet, so did the poor people. After binding their feet, they still had to work and do the same work as men. I have to set the rules. No binding of feet and high heels. The height difference cannot be more than 1.5 inches higher. Li Yi muttered. He had the ability to set the rules. He just had to add them. Who would dare to violate them? At this moment, he asked the craftsman to make buttons. The buttons were made of glazed glass. There was a small circle at the back for threading. Instead of buttons made of cloth and buttons made of copper, both of them could be present, but they must also have glazed buttons. The clothes he designed would be copied by others. How could he guarantee the brand? Add glazed buttons. Others could copy his clothes, but they could not produce the same glazed buttons. It was a symbol of status and authentic. If someone used other big glazed beads to grind out a similar glazed button, Li would accept it. The glazed glass itself was valuable. Grind it out. There were also new women's hats, necklaces, earrings with clips, bracelets, anklets, rings, hairpins. These things could be designed in various shapes. If there were hairpins, there would be no need to insert them back and forth. The main thing was the manufacturing of springs and shrapnel. The Li family Zhuangzi could make many kinds of things casually. The other things are cosmetics. They must be natural, drawer-type cosmetic boxes, bronze mirrors with silver. Glass mirrors should not be pushed out. Women's handbags and satchels should be designed with glazed glass. The classic ones are zippers, bronze zippers. Li Yi searched for information while looking for what he needed. Women, or more accurately, men had needs in this area. It included a full set of manicures and natural nail polish. To make money, they had to be elegant and trendy. If it really doesn't work, let the people from Nanka go and give them a discount. For example, 10% off. Even if they don't want it anymore, as long as it's not too damaged, it's still worth a lot of money. Li Yi thought. Since he was going to help, he had to do his best. He wanted the whole world to know that there was a shop whose products, even if it was just a piece of hemp rope, were worth more than other people's. Of course, Li Yi knew that the biggest brand now was Li Family Zhuangzi. Li Family Zhuangzi represented quality and credibility. He had spent a lot of money and used a lot of technology in exchange for it. The weather was getting warmer, and the craftsmen started to follow the instructions of the Ministry of Works. There was no need to soak in asphalt. Just a few layers of tung oil was enough. Asphalt was poisonous. When the track wood was soaked in asphalt, it would seep out when the weather was hot. It was sticky and smelly. It was unbearable. Actually, there was another way to preserve the wood. Soak the wood in salt water. After soaking, the wood would be soaked in oil and sealed in the salt water. After a while, the wood would be brushed with oil. This was the treatment method for wood-cutting boards. It could be used for a long time. If the wood was dehydrated, the wood would be soaked again and brushed with oil again. But the tracks in Chang and were not needed. First, the wood would be used. 2 years later, when there were more smelting furnaces, steel would be used. The wooden tracks started to be laid. There was a distance between each track and there were sleepers. The tracks were not too crowded. If the tracks were too crowded, what about the horses? They needed to look at the horses. The commoners did not know what to do, and those who had nothing to do stood at the side to watch. Li Yi had also encountered this situation when he was building an optical cable. There would be people watching. When they knew it was an optical cable, they would continue to watch. When all the construction sites were working, they would erect iron walls to prevent people from entering. They were not afraid of losing things, but they were worried that someone would die at the construction site. How much would it cost to lose the steel bars? How much would a dead person cost? They still had to stop the construction. Isn't this the track for the warehouse? Do we need to transport everything to the city? It's occupying the road. Who came up with this idea? Idiot, let's go to the imperial city and shout. Let's go to Xingqing Palace. Her Majesty is in Xingqing Palace now. The higher officials are there too. Let's go. At least we have to ask clearly. Her Majesty has allowed the commoners to speak. Yes, let's ask. We are not here to cause trouble. We support Her Majesty. I think it's the people below who are messing around. Her Majesty has no idea. A group of people who were originally beside Xingqing Palace saw the tracks passing by Xingqing Palace. They gathered together to shout. Hundreds of commoners walked to the south gate of Xingqing Palace. Before they could shout, someone ran out. What are you doing? Attacking Xingqing Palace? Bai Gu and the other two came out. There were more than 200 commoners waiting together. Song Jing was the highest official. He looked at the commoners standing in front of him. You are all here because of something. This palace. Guangping, let me do it. Bai Gu stood out. What do you want? Just say it. Who are you? Someone in the crowd asked. The person beside him pulled him. Bai Zaifu, Song Zaifu, Su Zaifu. Bai Zaifu, what are you doing? How are we going to travel when the tracks are on the road? The person understood. He looked at him carefully and remembered him. He did not recognize him the next time. The imperial court has an idea. It is to help everyone travel. Everyone. Song Jing came out and said patiently, Song Zaifu, it is affecting our travel. There are more things on the road. The road is narrower. If we walk sideways, we will trip easily. Some commoners felt that it was not good and stood out. Song Jing suppressed his anger. The imperial court has considered this. The main thing is, who considered it? It is obviously wrong. It is a waste of money. Another person stood out. You. Song Jing wanted to shout. Bai Gu pulled him and shouted. The Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi came up with this idea. They said it would make it easier for everyone to travel. Ah, that's great. The tracks can be used like this. It will make things easier for us. Li Dongzhu is indeed amazing. Let's wait for a while. Once the tracks are laid out, we will know what is going on. You should have said that earlier. Li Dongzhu, I thought that the imperial court had hit a wall. Disperse, disperse. Don't disturb him. Hurry up, we're all waiting. Li Dongzhu has always been thinking for us. I believe that once the tracks are laid out, our days will be better. That's right. Stop crowding around. Let him work. The commoners who had gathered to question him dispersed as they spoke. It was as if nothing had happened. Ai. Song Jing looked up and sighed. He wanted to cry. As a Zaifu, the commoners were not afraid of him at all. They just wanted to stop him from speaking. In the end, when he said that Li Yi was the one who gave up the tracks, the situation changed. You, Guangping, go in. Don't be sad. It is just a small setback. You have to believe that after this setback, you will face bigger setbacks in the future. Just get used to it. Bai Gu looked at Song Jing and suddenly said mischievously, Chapter 881. Song Jing slowly moved back to the political affairs hall. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. The commoners were spreading the news about the tracks. They told others that it was Li Dongzhu who ordered it and that it was of great use. When it was time to eat in the middle of the day, many commoners actually held their bowls and chopsticks and stood at the construction site to watch. They did not know how to use it, but what Li Dongzhu said was definitely not wrong. The commoners came to see if they should help to speed up the progress. Then Song Jing fell sick and asked for sick leave. The imperial physician went to see him and said that his body was not well and that he should take medicine to calm his nerves. Song Jing was sent home. When Li Longji heard the news, he sent people to ensure that Song Jing was healthy. Bai Qing, why did Song Qing suddenly fall sick? If not, send him to the Li family Zhuangzi. I cannot lose this weight. You have to take care of yourself. Li Longji sent someone to find Bai Go. Bai Go pulled out a chair and sat beside him, chatting casually. No, Your Majesty, you cannot send Guangping to Shaoyi. This illness is all because of Shaoyi. Today, Bai Gu talked about Song Jing's experience. He was a minister, but every time before he could finish, he would be interrupted and questioned by the commoners. When Bai Gu mentioned Li Yi's idea, the commoners' attitude immediately changed and they happily dispersed. Song Jing's anger rushed up and naturally fell sick. He had tinnitus, dizziness, weakness in his limbs, and difficulty concentrating. Now he needed to rest and adjust his mood. If he saw Li Yi again, he would be reminded of sad things. Song Qing is still not bad. Li Longji thought for a while and said this. Your Majesty, I will take it that you are praising me. Bai Gu realized that he should also ask for leave. He was sick. However, he did not go home. He went to the Li family Zhuangzi to find Xiao Yi. The food there was good, and there was a large pool to bathe in. What price did my brother Yi pay to win the hearts of the people? My winged knights have always rushed to the front lines when there was a disaster, and the people recognized them. In the eyes of the commoners, the prime minister has a high status, but the commoners can't see what the prime minister does. Li Longji understood Song Jing's feelings. If it were him, he would probably fall sick too. However, if he went out to talk to the people in the morning, the people would not interrupt him and would even support him. He was also a member of the longevity tablet, and his position was even higher than Li Yi's. This subject knows. Ever since the subject saw Xiao Yi desperately bribing and giving benefits to the people in Luoyang and Henan Prefecture, this subject knew what kind of person Xiao Yi was. Bai Gu said that Li Yi was a good person. However, he would still find trouble with Li Yi when there was a conflict over money. While looking for trouble, he would also ask Li Yi for delicious food to bring back home. This subject will think of a way. The court can't do without you. It's not that there are important matters, but there are too many trivial matters. Li Longji looked like he cared about his subject, but his words were even more hurtful. His meaning was that he would go to Li Yi for important matters. He would not go to them because it was useless to go to them. Thank you for your trouble, Your Majesty. Bai Gu had nothing else to say. He also admitted that he could not keep up with Li Yi's pace many times. That night, Li Longji went to the Li family Zhuangzi. The little guy changed almost every day. He grew quickly and learned to speak quickly. He said that he could wash clothes, then took a silk handkerchief and rubbed it in the water. After rubbing it, he showed it to others. Everyone said it was clean. It was new, so how could it not be clean? Seeing Li Yi, the little guy took out his handkerchief and said, "It's clean. I'll wash it." That's amazing. The handkerchief is so white after washing. Li Yi widened his eyes in surprise. The little guy was a little embarrassed after being praised. Li Yi picked him up and went to sit on the merry-go-round. There were many children in Zhuangzi playing there. He held the little guy in place. The little guy waved his white handkerchief happily. Song Jing is sick. Today, Li Longji told him what happened again. He's a little narrow-minded. It's okay. I'll bring him to Zhuangzi tomorrow. Li Yi did not think that Song Jing would be sick. It's to comfort him. Empress Wang felt that Song Jing was an adult. Why did he take things so hard? No, it's to continue attacking him. So what if the people don't recognize him? Let him see what he doesn't understand. The hang glider has been made. Prepare to jump on Mount Li. Bring a parachute. Li Yi said the thing to attack Song Jing. The hang glider. Theoretically, under normal conditions, the hang glider would eventually land on the ground. But during the process, if there was a headwind and the wind was strong, the hang glider could rise and find the angle and speed at the same time. As for the more challenging wingsuit flying, Li Yi had never tried it before and did not want to try it. No matter how hard the wingsuit flew, it could not rise unless there was a tornado. To learn wingsuit flying, one must first learn how to parachute. Then, without opening the parachute, one must use one's limbs to adjust the speed and direction. Once one was familiar with it, one could wear the wingsuit and jump down from a high altitude. One had to adapt to it bit by bit and finally shuttle between the mountains. Different people pursued different things. Li Yi did not pursue the thrill of games that had a high probability of death. This included bungee jumping. He had never done it before. He could parachute and hang glider, but he definitely did not want to play games like bungee jumping, high-altitude spinning chairs, roller coasters, and so on. He did not care about the spinning and spatial position transfer. He was afraid that the equipment would malfunction. In fact, for many people who played this game, what really made them feel excited and afraid was the safety. They were afraid. 8% of their fear came from the equipment malfunction. At such a high altitude, if something happened, it would be over. Li Yi did not want to do it. He was not afraid because of the height and physical condition, but because of the equipment. What should he play? The hang glider was fine. He just had to choose a good place and jump. If it did not work, he would leave and pull the parachute. If the main parachute did not work, he would pull the secondary parachute. As for the secondary parachute, it did not work. The craftsmen who made the parachute knew that if something happened to Dongju, their family would die. They wished they could jump every time. If they died, their family would be taken care of. Is the hang glider fun? Can I play it? Li Longji was tempted. This third brother, you learn how to parachute first. I'll fold the parachute for you. I'll fold it bit by bit. Li Yi showed a troubled expression. Okay, I've always wanted to go up watching you guys parachute, but you won't let me. Li Longji agreed. Parachuting was fine too. In fact, he had flown to a high place with a parachute and a hot air balloon, but it was not for him to jump. With the winged knights beside him, if there was a problem with the hot air balloon, the winged knights would jump down with him and help him pull the parachute. After making sure that he was fine, he would open the parachute himself. If the situation was not right, then he would not open the parachute himself. He would adjust his body posture and chase after him. When he caught up, he would open the parachute with him. The higher the parachute, the safer it was and could be remedied. As long as the body was adjusted, the wind resistance would be small, and they could catch up with the falling people. Chapter 882. Li Longji decided to go skydiving on a good day and go to work the next morning. He also sent Li Yi's invitation to the Political Affairs Hall. Li Yi invited the 3 prime ministers and Wei Zhigu to go together. He didn't need to invite the others, as he wasn't familiar with them and might leak the secret. We'll go at noon and stay at Mount Li for the night. Tomorrow we'll see the 2 things that Xiao Yi said she would show us. Bai Gu set a time and sent someone to send an invitation to Song Jing. He understood that Song Jing was a psychopath. The people knew who he was, but didn't give him face. The people knew that as the prime minister, you have the nerve to arrest people? You're arresting me for such a small matter? Do you have any shame? The morning court session ended in an hour. Bai Gu and Su Yi left a task for the other people in the Political Affairs Hall. The 3 prime ministers wouldn't be here tomorrow, so they had to deal with it. The 3 of them went to the city gate together. Song Jing was waiting in the car at the city gate. The non-commissioned officer guarding the city gate was eating breakfast. Each of them had a big jianbing that had just been set up. It was given to them by the family of the Chitin's exchange personnel. They needed to learn more. In the future, they would be rotated back to the Chitins to teach others, so that the Chitins would prosper. The non-commissioned officer, who had been on duty the night before, were eating together. They held a bowl of soy milk in one hand and a jianbing in the other. There were no pickles, so the jianbing had extra sauce in it. The soy milk was thicker, so adding plaster would make tofu pudding. They didn't add anything because it was said that Li Dongju drank soy milk with its original flavor. It would feel bitter if they added soup. As they ate, they looked at the people entering and leaving the city to see who looked like a bad person. Hey, little girl, come over and take a look at the basket. Why are you holding the basket like that? Shouldn't you be carrying it? A non-commissioned officer had just taken a sip of soy milk when he noticed a suspicious target. A girl was holding the basket in her arms. The basket clearly had a handle, so why wasn't it carried or carried? What was inside? The girl came over and carefully held the basket with one hand while opening the lid with the other. A child was sleeping with his face up and his eyes closed. He seemed to be uncomfortable with the light and wind. His mouth moved and he frowned. How can we do that? It's still cold in the morning, but you can warm yourself up by hugging it in front of your chest. Ergo, give me something. The non-commissioned officer said as he handed the thing in his hand to someone else. The person next to him took it. He unbuttoned it with both hands and took off his military coat. Give me the basket. Wrap the child in your coat and carry him. When you come back, just leave him here. I'll go home after eating. Now the food is hot. It's not cold. As he said that he wasn't cold, he shuddered and handed the military coat over. How can I do that? You. The woman revealed a troubled expression. We've been trained as soldiers. Quickly wrap the child up. Be careful not to get sick from the cold. The non-commissioned officer stuffed the military coat into his pocket and took back the Chinese crepe and soy milk. The woman hesitated for a moment before putting down the basket. She took the child out and wrapped him in a military coat. You don't have to tell me who you are. You came back and left your coat here. You still dare to wear this military coat? Remember what you look like. The non-commissioned officer interrupted the woman's words. Okay. The woman nodded her head vigorously. She carried the child out and looked back. The window curtain of Song Jing's car was lifted. Song Jing looked through the glass window at the little leader who had lost his military coat. His gaze was gentle. Just now, when he saw the people guarding the city eating and drinking, he was angry. They didn't guard the city well and stood at the city gate eating. How would the people see them? At this moment, he understood that the people would think that the non-commissioned officer could protect them. Let's go, Guangbing. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go to Zhuangzi to eat. Bai Gu and the other two took a car and called out to Song Jing. Song Jing got out of his car and entered Bai Gu's car. He sniffed his nose and said, "It's good to eat Chinese crepe." The road was well repaired, and it didn't take long for the car to reach Baqiao. The Qianyou guards looked at them and stood aside. When the four of them saw Li Yi had just finished his bath. He woke up late today and wanted to sleep for a while. He was waiting to go to Mount Li to save his energy. Let me see how you all look. Old Song, it's not that I want to nag you, but it's just a small matter. Why are you losing sleep and having dark circles under your eyes? Do you want to play the role of a panda? Li Yi looked at Song Jing and noticed that he was not in good spirits. He had dark circles under his eyes. It's me who is worried about the country. Song Jing refused to admit it. Seeing that Li Yi was about to continue, he quickly changed the topic. At the city gate, I saw a woman carrying a baby in a basket. It's even wrapped in a military coat given by the non-commissioned officer. It's not easy for the people. Do you have any ideas? Carrying a baby in a basket? It's hard. In a few days, when Tiandong City's business will open, let her do some good deeds. If there's a baby in the house, the woman can bring the baby over and receive a baby carrier. It's free. Zhuangzi has some sewing machines. Let me tell you, that baby carrier is very interesting. As Li Yi spoke, he glanced at Qing Song. Gu Yan was quick to open the suitcase. On the shelf, Li Yi stood there and painted. Add a bamboo board wrapped in cloth. This way, the child can be placed in front of the chest. The child can face outwards and inwards. He can also sit and carry the child on his back. He can carry the child on his back or on his back. Li Yi explained how to use the bamboo board as he drew. It was much better than carrying the child in his arms. He made all sorts of adjustments. One baby costs about 13 coins. 10,000 babies cost 130,000 coins. 100,000 babies cost 3 million coins. It's only 1,300 coins. Look, it's so comfortable. Li Yi calculated the cost. How many babies were there in the capital? 1 for each person. Song Jing, he was hit again. Why did the people trust Li Yi? Look, he just said something, and Li Yi directly made a new thing and gave it away for free. The key was, why didn't he think of such a fun thing? Including the cradle and cradle car designed by Li Yi. Bai Gu gave Su Yi a look, which meant, look, this is Xiao Yi. She answers all questions. Guangbing saw something at the city gate and casually mentioned it. Xiao Yi immediately gave a solution and gave it away for free. Su Yi nodded, indicating that he had seen it. She was so strong that it was unreasonable. She didn't need to prepare when she encountered something. She didn't need to think about it. No wonder Her Majesty ran to Zhuangzi first when she had something. She was so considerate. There was no need to worry about not finding a solution. Take it and make it for them. Wen Tian's business is about to open. Make 100,000 first. If it's not enough, add more. It's not much. Li Yi handed a few pieces of paper to the cub who reached out. Qing Song glared at the cub, but the cub ignored him and ran away. Qing Song hurriedly put away the things and put them into the suitcase. He pulled it himself and was very vigilant. Today he was slow to react and let two people beat him to it. Old song, when the time comes when Tian will say it's because Song Zaifu found it difficult to raise a child. I don't want to always stare at a woman with a child. It's bad for my reputation. Song Jing interrupted Li Yi's words. His reaction was not slow. What if it was spread that Song Zaifu found a widow with a baby alone and couldn't bear it? What would the people think? Well, go wash your hands first. Let's eat. Big dumplings stuffed with leeks, eggs, and shrimp, and soup base for bone soup. Li Yi didn't insist. Anyway, if it were him, he wouldn't care. Chapter 883. It's delicious. Song Jing grabbed a jianbing. He insisted on eating jianbing even though it was wonton. However, he did not drink soy milk as his stomach was not feeling well, so he drank wonton soup. After eating, let's go to Mount Li. We have to thank the royal family for having a temporary imperial residence there. The roads there are easier to travel. Li Yi was eating wontons. He added a lot of pepper, which was mixed with scallion seeds. He bought so much and kept it for himself. He felt that the scallion seed powder was not bad. He added too much pepper and was sweating while drinking the soup. Do you want to lay tracks outside the city? Song Jing's mood was much better. At least Li Yi did not look down on him. Yes, all the tracks in the 20 counties. If we mobilize the manpower, we can finish laying tracks in one summer and start using them in early autumn. It is convenient to transport by water, but the speed is not enough. There are many wild fruits in autumn and the people will pick them. If we use the water network to transport them, the fruits will not be fresh when they reach the place. For example, mulberries. If they are not transported to Chang, and quickly, they will spoil. Li Yi gave a reason for the people to sell things. Su Yi said from the side, "Aren't mulberries in summer? It will be too late if we finish laying tracks in autumn." Next summer, Li Yi realized that he was also tired of arguing. Can the wooden tracks still be used in winter? Wei Jigu had a question. He was thinking about using sleighs in winter. The people rented livestock and used sleighs. Li family Zhuangzi has fewer horses in winter and will sell them to the new relay stations. The number of horses and other livestock in the relay stations must increase. Horse-drawn sleighs are not as fast as horse-drawn carriages on the tracks. Horse-drawn sleighs reduce friction, but they are not as fast as wheels. Li explained. There were so many relay stations, and it was not easy to buy a large number of livestock in a short period of time. His Zhuangzi sold 30,000 horses to support the local areas. Some of the horses were also sent to the Hetao area to breed. There will be more horses in a few years. So the price of livestock will gradually increase? Bai Gu was interested. The sale of livestock had to pay taxes. Pigs and sheep had to pay a little. There are many horses in the grasslands, the northwest and the west. The price of Chang and horses is very high. In order to make money, the provincial governors will sell a portion of them. Li Yi didn't have a good impression of the regional commanders. They had too much power. Once the imperial power in Chang and became unstable, the regional commanders could rebel at will. There were also regional commanders in name, but in reality they had their own tribes. The ethnic minorities had to be in contact with each other for a long time, and it would be best if the ethnic minorities could be integrated. Otherwise, they would not have a sense of belonging to the Central Plains. They would always feel that the people of the Central Plains were not the same as them. He had dealt with this problem the best at that time, although there were still some people in the Northwest who wanted to cause trouble. Most of them were willing to live well. There were also some ethnic groups, such as the Kazakhs, who helped to guard the border. Whenever something happened to them, such as a snow disaster, the government promised to send help as quickly as possible because they had sacrificed many lives to guard the border. The current Tang dynasty is no good. As soon as they see that you are weak, they will rebel. Why should you be the emperor? Have you forgotten when your founding emperor submitted to the Turks? Have you forgotten about the two-legged sheep? Li Yi had always been vigilant. He would rather raise the price of livestock to attract the regional commanders, governors, and governors to sell their extra horses. As for the border, the ones who could fight now were all those who supported the imperial power. Xiao, hey, you seem to have some special thoughts about the regional commanders? Bai Gu could sense it. Li Yi had targeted the regional commanders a few times. I have thoughts about everyone. All of them are so stupid. They can't even handle political, economic, financial, and educational issues well. Li Yi glanced around and found that all 4 of them were present. The 4 of them. After finishing their breakfast, the group of people headed to Mount Li. 1,000 winged knights followed them. Wang Xing naturally came over. During winter, his cherries were praised by everyone. He had started to install greenhouses on the cherry trees 2 years ago and succeeded last year. No matter how expensive a cucumber was in winter, how could it be more expensive than a cherry in winter? In autumn, watermelons could be soaked in salt water and stored until winter. But what about cherries? In winter, rich people could only eat cherries. Fresh cherries were out of the question. Wang Xing did not take any of them out, other than supplying the imperial family. He shared them with the Li family Zhuangzi. He secretly sold some wood ears, monkey head mushrooms, eggs, salted duck eggs, goose eggs, and century eggs. After selling them, he quickly gave the money to Li Yi and asked him to keep them safe. There was no interest, and Wang Xing did not ask him to keep them safe. The farmers in the imperial plantation got their share of the profits again. This year, they were preparing to build a 2-story building. It was obvious how much money they got. Li Dongzhu, are the cadavers from last time still useful? Wang Xing did not dare to call Li Yi brother Yi. He was afraid that he would get used to calling him brother Yi and accidentally say it in front of the emperor. At that time, he would not only lose his position as the supervisor of the imperial plantation. They trained well. The weather is hot, and cadavers are not easy to find. According to your method, the Li family Zhuangzi can take it. Li Yi finally agreed to Wang Xing's method. If someone died, they would immediately send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. To outsiders, they would say that they were fighting with the king of hell. If they couldn't win, then there was nothing they could do. If one of them could be saved, like the Su family's baby, they would not lack cadavers in the future. Wang Xing had a clear conscience. He found corpses for Li Yi to practice on and also to save people who were still alive. He did not get any benefits from it. He did not give anyone a vagina. In the afternoon, they arrived at Mount Li Palace. The scenery here was still so enchanting. Only when the emperor brought the ministers to Mount Li could the ministers see it. The Huaqing pool was not small. It was a lake. Wang Xing did not open a side hall this time. The ministers had their own places. Li Yi did not care where he lived. He could enter the main hall whenever he wanted, but it was too spacious. Next time 3rd brother and sister-in-law come, Brother Wang, you can open the main hall directly. Just say that the ancestors of the imperial family are gracing them today. Li Yi gave Wang Xing ideas. The previous few times he had arranged for them to stay in the side hall. Wang Xing blinked. Good idea. Yes, why didn't I think of that? That's right. The ancestors of the Tang dynasty are gracing them, so the people can also be graced. As he spoke, he smiled slyly. Next time, he would open the main hall. Everyone, since you're here, let's soak. I can't see anything new today. I'm too tired. If I let you guys fly now, you probably won't be able to come back. Li Yi invited everyone to soak in the hot spring. The water in the hot spring was flowing. It was not stagnant water. Who would get dirty from soaking in it? You asked for it. It's the first soup. Bai Gu was a little nervous. He had soaked in it once before. It was a reward from the side. Now that the emperor was not here, he could enter the main pool directly. The first soup refers to the first soup of the year. The current one has already been soaked. So, don't be afraid. Those who can swim in the Huaqing pool. Li Yi said as he went to change his clothes. He wanted to swim in a swimsuit. He also brought a piggy bubble ball. He could not use it in swimming, but he still brought it. Those who drowned would drown. Those who did not know how to swim would accidentally fall into the water and drown. There were not many people like that. Those who drowned every year felt that they were good at swimming. Those who were good at swimming drowned. Those who were good at riding fell. Chapter 884. After the four of them finished bathing, Li Yi gave Song Jing a massage. As he massaged, Song Jing fell asleep. Xiao Yi, I don't believe that you have such skills. If you don't believe me, give me a massage. Bai Gu was envious. Old Bai, you don't have to. If you want a massage, go back and find a doctor. I'm very tired after massaging once. My fingers hurt. Li Yi refused. When he massaged, he didn't use the tip of his elbow. He only used his fingers and knuckles. Knuckles were for pressing acupoints, while the belly was for massaging. Pressing the acupoints required light force. If you used too much force, the area would turn green. It wouldn't recover for a few days. After that, you have to massage the blood to improve the blood circulation. You have to massage the painful area until it's comfortable. For example, when Li Yi massaged Song Jing's acupoints, he used more force on his back. Song Jing coughed and spat out 2 mouthfuls of phlegm. His breathing was much smoother. This was a pure Chinese medicine technique. It was different from Western medicine's technique to relieve fatigue. Western medicine's technique was used to relax muscles, promote acid excretion and tendon maintenance. Chinese medicine's technique was to find the right place to apply force and press on the spot. Li Yi knew how to do it, but he couldn't do it too much. If he did, his hands would be injured. When he was in the massage parlors, he used the elbow joint. It was painful to be massaged, but the effect was far less than knuckles and finger pressure. After massaging Song Jing, Li Yi's hands were sore. When he pressed with his fingers, there was a cracking sound. Next time I go to Zhuangzi, I'll go alone. You can massage me. Seeing you massage, Guangbing, makes me uncomfortable. Bai Gu didn't insist. He saw Li Yi sweating. Old Bai, why don't I give you a scraping treatment? It's comfortable too. Li Yi suggested. No, the wind is strong in Mount Li. You think I don't know? After the scraping, if I get a cold tomorrow, I'll have to do acupuncture and moxibustion, right? Bai Gu gave a look that said, I know, don't try to fool me. Fire pot. Li Yi changed to another one. All right, I won't go into the water today anyway, Bai Gu agreed. Li Yi brought over a pile of small clay pots and moxa fluff. He lit a candle on the side and shook the moxa fluff before throwing it into the clay tube and pressing it on Bai Gu's acupuncture points. One by one, he pressed on their backs, arms, and legs. Su Yi and Wei Zhigu nodded at Li Yi and lay down. Li Yi cupped them one by one, cleaned them, and wiped off their sweat. Cupping was also tiring, mainly because it was difficult to control the burning mugwort. He could actually use alcohol, add cotton, and then fill the glass jar. It was simple. Burning the moxa wool would consume oxygen to generate suction. If it was done too early, the moxa wool would not be completely burned and it would cause burns on the skin. If he was too late, the air would be replenished and the suction would be gone. If the 3 of them were to sit down, it would be relatively simple. They would let AI Rong sit behind the ceramic pipe so that the flames would not burn her skin. If they were to lie down, they would need to shake the ceramic pipe so that the moxa wool would not fall. When the moxa wool was completely burned, they would press it on the skin. Li Yi was playing with his skills today. Using alcohol, cotton, and glass bottles was not considered skill. Moxa wool was made from wormwood. It was flammable like tinder. It was also a medicine, so the burnt ash would fall on the skin during the cupping process. When it was time to lift the pot, he would use the pot to roll out the rolled-up bag and wipe it with his hand. The ash would seal the open pores. Ordinary people in his time could not enjoy this kind of cupping. He was very knowledgeable. When the ceramic pipe for burning things was done, the remaining air inside would be hot, and the temperature of the ceramic pipe would also be high. When the glass jar was burned with alcohol, it would only burn off the oxygen. The jar itself would still be cold. If it was a baby with a stomachache, the navel would be pulled out, needles would be inserted, and blood would be drawn with the cupping. Hot and cold, with ash and without ash, the consequences, of course. No place that used alcohol to draw oxygen would dare to do that. It was all done by traditional Chinese medicine doctors or village doctors. After waiting for more than 15 minutes, Li Yi began to pick up the jar according to the order. He gently pressed his thumb around the mouth of the jar on Bai Gu's back. Air went in, and the jar was picked up. After picking up all the jars, Li Yi rolled the jar on Bai Gu's body. It's so comfortable. When I roll it on the itchy place, I wish I could scratch it with my hand. Do it again, don't stop. Bai Gu almost moaned. Li Yi finished rolling the jar and began to plaster the ash. Then he used his hand to massage the mouth of the jar. Yes, Xiao Yi, I won't collect taxes from you. Use more strength, the sighed. Bai Gu even betrayed the interests of the imperial court. What taxes are there now? You wrote too much on your right shoulder. You didn't treat it well at the beginning of spring, so the back is purplish black. When you go back, ask the imperial physician to add a jar on that area and rub it properly. Otherwise, it will stimulate the lung meridian. As Li Yi spoke, his thumb suddenly pressed down on the back of the lung and applied a little force. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Gu coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of thick black phlegm. It's okay, there's no inflammation. If it's not, it's yellow phlegm. If it's blood, we have to go back to Zhuangzi now. Li Yi ran over and used an incense stick to fiddle with the large mouthful of phlegm that Bai Shu had spat out to make sure there was no problem. He pinched the phlegm with a piece of paper and placed it in a small jar. He was going to test it when he went back. It's much better to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Gu spoke and spat out some phlegm again. Ching Song at the side wiped it clean with a piece of paper. This time he was faster. Li Yi then went to Wei Zhigu and Su Yi and did the same thing. The two of them also spat out phlegm. After soaking in the hot spring, their blood circulation was already accelerated. If they lay there and were pressed by Li Yi, they would spit out phlegm as long as there was phlegm. He didn't even use the method of shaking the lung. If it was a child, phlegm would also be pressed out. Song Jing, who had fallen asleep, started snoring. After the three of them were done, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Wei Zhigu's eyes had a hint of joy. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Bai Gu and Su Yi actually understood. Wei Zhigu's meaning was, so what if you're a Zaifu? I've been one before. In His Majesty's heart, none of you are good enough. Sigh. Su Yi sighed. He personally experienced Li Yi's power twice today. The first time, it was the tool used by the woman to take care of the child. The second time, it was the medical treatment. It felt so good. His Majesty asked him about politics, and casually asked him about something. Was he sure he could give a satisfactory answer? When His Majesty asked him about politics, he suddenly fell to the ground. Other than calling for the imperial physician, there was nothing he could do. If it was Li Yi, he could ask. There was no need to ask for the sake of asking. When they were chatting, Li Yi would tell him what to do. As they chatted, he suddenly fell to the ground. Li Yi immediately started saving him. It wasn't easy to die in front of Li Yi. That was why His Majesty was willing to bring Empress Wang and Li Jianyao to the Li family Zhuangzi. If there was something to ask, it would be safe. The three of you, stand up and move around. Do a few squats and see if you still need to spit. As Li Yi spoke, he did a few first to demonstrate. When he squatted, his chest pressed directly against his thigh. This was a way for people who choked on water to save themselves. When they choked on water, they could only exhale but not inhale, so they squatted with all their might. When there was external physical pressure on the chest, it could open up the airway. Most of the time, squatting was enough. Of course, there was another person who helped to blow air into the mouth. The effect was even more obvious. The latter stood behind the person and stretched his hands forward. He cupped his fists and placed them under the person's ribs. He pulled back with all his might so that the person could catch their breath. It was the same for necessary rescue. It was faster than CPR. Chapter 885. When it was time for dinner, perhaps due to his biological clock, Song Jing coughed a few more times, woke up and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. He felt like he had been reborn and did not look uncomfortable at all. "Old Song, you're awake? Wash your face and don't need to drink water to adjust. Tonight's dinner is beef stewed radish with an alcohol stove. Since you're looking for me, I have to help everyone adjust their bodies. First, drink the stewed ginseng, deer antler, and wolfberry wine. Then we'll eat rice which happened to be soaked. We won't add coriander or ginger slices. It's not good to eat those for dinner." Li Yi greeted Song Jing when he saw that he had woken up. The main dish was beef stewed radish with 2 cows raised in Mount Li. They were specially raised to eat meat. The others drank beef soup and ate the cow's meat. The other side dishes were stewed eggplant, yam, cabbage, braised pork, cowpeas, herring mushrooms, vermicelli, and carrots. There were steamed buns and deep-fried pancakes as the main dishes, along with pickled vegetables. As Li Yi and the others drank, the side dishes were pickled cucumber strips with vinegar, steamed eggplant with cooked sauce, celery stir-fried shredded pork, and shredded tofu with dried scallion oil. Li Yi adjusted the menu. He could not let anything go wrong with the 4 high-ranking officials who were being served by him. Other than the slightly pungent smell of the scallion oil in the shredded tofu, there was nothing else. There were 2 types of scallion oil. One was chili oil poured over the shredded scallion. The other was after boiling it, and when the heat was low, it was poured in to stir-fry. The taste of scallion oil was like raw flour, but it was not. It could suppress the smell of the bean. It was amazing. When Bai Gu and the other 3 saw the dishes, they knew that they were being taken care of again. Although they were in high positions and busy with state affairs, they valued food very much. They wanted to live a few more years and eat without falling sick. Since Li Yi appeared, there were many changes in the menu. There were many medical books. Li Yi even wrote a medical book on food therapy. Everyone was more particular about their meals. It was different from before. Now that they saw it, they knew that it was different from others. It meant that Li Yi had deliberately arranged it. It was no wonder that a few people from the Shangshi department were beaten up. Li Jianyao did not like the food made by the Shangshi's imperial cuisine. If it was a restaurant, if a customer said that the food was not good, it could be explained away as a difference in taste. The little fellow said that the food was not tasty. Explain to the little fellow, "I'll get a fruit platter for everyone. After dinner, we must eat some fruit." Li Yi got up to deal with the fruit platter. Smelling the aroma, "I want to eat all of them." Sui sniffed and told the truth. Li Yi is an erudite celestial. Wei Jigu had always been on Li Yi's side. Even if the Ministry of Works was in trouble, he didn't want to face Li Yi directly. He is different from Bai Gu. Bai Gu is my Minister of Revenue position. I guarantee that I will fight for this position. Wei Jigu had suffered a loss before. When he was the Hunan magistrate, Yao Chang's son had come over to plead for leniency. If he agreed, he would be letting down His Majesty's trust and the people. If he didn't agree, he was indebted to Yao Chang. How could Yao Chang not know that his son had come over? He was forced into a corner and went back to tell His Majesty because he didn't agree to Yao Chang's son's request. In the end, because Li Yi restrained Yao Chang, he still had a position. Then Li Yi continuously helped him and treated him right after he fell ill. Moreover, Li Yi didn't want anything. He didn't ask for anything in return. He didn't care about helping you once. The key point was that Li Yi's morals were impeccable. He wasn't greedy and didn't plead for corrupt people. Everyone knew that Li Yi didn't bribe just one person. He bribed all the officials in the capital. Other people bribed to open the door for themselves. Li Yi's bribe was to not cause trouble when he was doing things for the country and the people. Therefore, Wei Zhigu didn't trust anyone but Li Yi. As long as Li Yi mentioned something that involved the Ministry of Works, he would do it. He didn't go against his heart when he worked for Li Yi, but he was wronged when he worked for the imperial court. Song Jing drank 2 mouthfuls of soup. After the soup warmed his stomach, he became energetic. "Everyone, do you think that worm is delicious?" He suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with anything else. The worm he was talking about was naturally the beanworm. "It's okay if it's fried." Bai Gu had eaten it before and liked it quite a bit. "At home, I ate it with stuffing. At first, I felt disgusted. Later, I heard that the Li family Zhuangzi also ate it with stuffing. After frying it, it can be eaten." Su Yi explained his family's situation. He couldn't eat buns or dumplings. If he switched to frying it, the bean worm could be eaten when it was placed with other vegetables. Because the bean worm made with other methods had a lot of water. The outside of the frying was hard and there was little water, so the oil seeped in. He eats 2 dry, fried bean worms every day. Wei Zhigu also provided a data. He ate it. When Li Yi said that it could be eaten and was good for the body, he believed it. When he ate dry fried bean worms, he couldn't eat anything else. Actually, roasting it is also fine, or baking it with salt in a pot. Li Yi returned with a plate of sliced watermelon and cantaloupe. Other people's greenhouses were torn down, but the Li family Zhuangzi had a 4-season greenhouse. It was always out of season, and it was a glass greenhouse. Other than using it for vegetables out of season, it was also used for breeding. Some seeds didn't need to be grown in hot weather, but required a constant temperature. This way, the yield of seeds would be higher. Now that there were no results from hybridization, they could only look for breakthroughs in the seeds themselves. For example, cowpeas. Some cowpeas grew well, and their fruits were plump and long, while others were short. Then they would choose the longer cowpeas and plant them. When the seeds matured, they would immediately plant another batch and choose again. This was something that had been done by various dynasties and generations. It had never stopped. If one had to say when it stopped, it would be during the chaos of war. If there was no war, it would only stop for a period of 10 years. That 10 years, Li Yi used the greenhouses to shorten the time. Generation after generation, if there were no hybridization, they would use the greenhouses. Now it was the same for the watermelons and cantaloupes. Different fertilizers and soil were used in the greenhouses to grow and differentiate. Shao Yi, there are no more watermelons and cantaloupes in the royal greenhouses. Bai Gu saw the fruit plate and reminded Li Yi, "There will be more next year. The glass is about to be mass-produced. Thanks to Jiang Hui, I will buy a large amount of tin from them. Now, I have collected enough tin for the float glass. After I settle some things, I will take some time to bring out the technology of pulling glass. The glass windows on your Prime Minister's carriage are blown glass. In the future, it will not be." Li Yi expressed his gratitude to Jiang Hui's family. They had gotten a lot of dirty money. Li Yi followed the clues and found the place where there was a lot of tin. He didn't need to consider the mercury float method. Tin was enough. Float method was the method of floating. The glass would be heated into a liquid state, and the liquid would be poured into a liquid metal solution. The two would not mix. It was like oil and water. The oil would float on top. The glass solution would also float on top of the metal solution. The glass solution itself would spread out and become a flat surface. If some metal pliers were added to pull the glass solution would become thinner and bigger as it was stretched. It was many times faster than blowing glass. Glass was so cheap. Of course, that was referring to other people. Chapter 886. That night, everyone went to bed. The next morning, everyone ate steamed buns and porridge. Anything that can fly in the sky must eat steamed buns, Li Yi explained to the 4 people. The 4 people didn't understand. Why must they eat steamed buns if they wanted to fly in the sky? Tradition We must continue the good tradition, Li Yi added. Don't ask any more. Today, there are two things that are the latest technological achievements of the Tang dynasty. One is a weapon, the gun that Old Bai mentioned. The other is a triangular glider that can allow people to slowly descend from the sky. Li Yi explained the two things to the four people and asked them to choose which one to see first. Gun! Bai Gu and Wei Jigu said at the same time. Song Jing nodded. He didn't care. A gun is a gun. Everyone knew what a gun was. Li Yi had one, and it was very powerful. He gave it to Guizi to kill many young generals in the Tubo army. Now that he had made it himself, he could equip the army. Let's take a look. After dinner, the group slowly strolled to the shooting range. Guizi and Hao Lingquan waited at the shooting range with a long cloth bag next to them. Guizi nodded to Li Yi. Everything was ready. Li Yi picked up the cloth bag, untied the rope, and took it down, revealing a very heavy rifle inside. This flintlock gun with a paper shell, a fixed lead bullet, and a spiral rifling inside the barrel. This time, it has surpassed countless years of technological development. Li Yi held the gun and introduced it. It was indeed not easy. The rifling was specially made. The steel pipe was smashed out and not cast. There were too many sand holes in the casting, and the barrel was not smooth. The key was that it was easy to break in the sand holes and then explode. Xiao Yi, how does it compare to your gun? Bai Gu came over and touched the gun. It was very cold. My sniper rifle. The difference in technology is like heaven and earth. There is no difference between shooting from 600 feet away. I can't beat 100 of these guns with one gun, because the bullets are lethal to me at that distance. Li Yi raised his gun and took aim. It was heavy, and his arms would not be able to bear it for a long time. Can it hit 600 feet? Song Jing was interested in the distance. 600 feet was a lot more than 100 steps. Ordinary arrows couldn't reach it. Even if you hit him in the eye from 800 feet away, he'll still be injured. It depends on how much gunpowder you put in. It's just that it's too far from accurate, much worse than my gun. If I widen the distance, my gun will be able to snipe 100 people at a distance of 200 feet. Because I haven't made a firing cap for this gun, I haven't researched a firing pin. 1 minute. In a quarter of an hour, he can shoot 90 to 120 shots, faster than a normal archer. Li Yi emphasized the word normal and looked at Guizi beside him. Guizi nodded in agreement. It was indeed fast. Hao Lingquan said, if the distance is close, the speed of the archer depends on the strength of the bow. Speed might not necessarily be able to penetrate armor. Even if the arrow hit the enemy at close range, the enemy would still be killed by the arrow. The distance, the strength of the bow, the accuracy, and the opponent's equipment all affect the outcome. Su Yi also came over to touch the gun. The biggest advantage is the long shooting range. No, the biggest advantage is that the arm won't be strained and can be fired continuously. Archers can't draw the bow if they shoot too much, and at the same time their accuracy will gradually drop. Guizi spoke from his own experience. He liked to use a bow, and ordinary archers couldn't bear it. Li Yi continued. The other advantage is that the training speed is fast. In an emergency, you can teach them how to shoot a few shots. Ordinary people can shoot by themselves. Shoot a few shots and see. Wei Jigu didn't want to listen anymore. He wanted to see the actual operation. Thus, Li Yi gave the gun to Guizi. This gun was Guizi's, and it was in his hands a few days later. Guizi had been practicing all this time, and he had fired thousands of bullets. Li Yi didn't want to lose face. He knew Guizi's talent in sports, and he was willing to train hard. If he gave this gun to Guizi, he could use it as a sniper rifle. After choosing a good position, the target was erected. It was a human-shaped target with arms and legs. The target was placed at a distance of 300 feet. Guizi took out a paper cartridge, which was integrated with the cartridge, and moved the cylinder under the gun. The airtight parts of this gun were similar to the Sharps Model 1859 rifle. The cylinder was moved down and the cartridge was loaded from the back. Then the cylinder was raised, and a part of the paper behind the cartridge was cut off when the cylinder was closed. The flint hammer for firing was lifted, and the trigger was brought up. He opened the lid of the gunpowder pool beside him, took out a leather bag, poured some gunpowder into the pool, and closed the lid. He pointed the muzzle at the target and turned to look at the others. He was ready. Everyone nodded and picked up their binoculars. Li said left eye. Guazi raised the gun, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 3 consecutive sounds rang out, and a puff of smoke came out. The human-shaped target was shot between the eyebrows. It didn't hit the left eye. Guazi lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Everyone. Li nodded to show that he understood and said to the others, if Z used a bow, he would have hit the left eye. This gun's accuracy is too poor. Firing speed. Bai Gu didn't want to comment on whether it was accurate or not. The deviation was too small, and he could still hit the enemy. Guazi began to operate quickly. He pulled the hammer, lowered the cylinder, loaded the bullet, raised the cylinder, opened the gunpowder pool, poured the gunpowder, closed the gunpowder pool, and fired. He repeated the process. Every time he fired, the bullet hit the target's head. Li calculated the time. 1 minute, 11 shots. That was fast. All right, everyone. According to my calculations, a normal archery shot is about 4 to 5 times in a minute. Given the distance the arrow reaches the target, it should be able to shoot 4 to 5 times. Using this gun, a skilled person can do it 8 times, and a relatively skilled person can do it 6 times. But Z doesn't count. He is different from ordinary people. Of course, if you practice this every day, an ordinary person can do it more than 8 times. The key is that everyone saw it. It's very easy. There are only a few steps. It's not very useful on rainy days. Unless you use an umbrella, the gunpowder pool will lose its effect when it comes into contact with water. Wait a minute. Let me find some time to make mercury fulminate. It's too dangerous and troublesome. I don't want to make it. It consumes a lot of sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and alcohol. Mercury is not worth much. If you're not careful, it will explode. Li didn't fire the gun. He explained that he couldn't shoot accurately with the same gun, but this gun was designed by him. Bai Gu and the others listened patiently. The steps were simple. Looking at the gun, it didn't seem complicated. Li, this gun is easy to copy. If Tubo people get it. Songjing frowned. He was afraid that others would get it easily. Easy to copy? How can it be easy to copy? Do you know how many parts there are? You see, there are few parts outside, but there are many inside. Just the spring alone is enough to tire Tubo craftsmen to death. There are also steel pipes. I won't tell anyone. Tubo can only use cast iron. They don't even know the ratio of gunpowder. It's all granular gunpowder. Do they know how to pull the rifling? They don't even know how to use the camera and crosshairs. Now Li talked about the difficulty of making this gun. The bullet's warhead was a technical job. Mignon balls made of lead were similar to the airgun cartridges he had used to shoot birds in those days. The difference was that the air gun used this type of lead pellet. It was propelled by chi. There was no need to add anything else. Now, there was a pointed cork in the lead pellet. After firing, the cork would make the lead pellet bigger. Then it would combine perfectly with the rifling and fly out. Do you understand? Li asked. The few of them blinked. They understood. It was very powerful and not easy to copy. Chapter 887. Su pointed at the upright door. What is the use of this thing? To adjust the height of the muzzle. We have not added any markings yet. Let ZE and the rest test the bullet repeatedly and add markings after we get the data. Together with the front sight. The circle on the front sight is used to adjust and protect the front sight and to define the scope. Of course, The door can be a blocking type or a caliper type. It is more convenient to use the upright one now. Li Yi explained again. A gun can be copied just like that? Do you understand the principle? Let me see. Bai Gu stretched out his hand to ask for the gun. Guizi carefully handed it over. Bai Gu took it and lowered his hand, heavy. 13. 6 kilograms to 14 kilograms. It looks heavier than a normal bow, but the bullet is light and easy to carry. If the gun is too light, it will not be accurate. If the barrel is thin, it will not be able to increase the amount of propellant or change the propellant formula in the future as it will explode. When the cement is transported to the border for construction, ordinary people will learn how to use guns. When the time comes, Li Yi knew that the gun was a little heavy, but he did it on purpose to prepare for future upgrades. Everyone has to get used to the same weight first. Otherwise, if it is light now and heavy in the future, it will not be convenient to use. There is another reason. When the enemy is close, use the bayonet. I have a tutorial on bayonet fighting. When you swing the bayonet, you have to have a sense of weight. Li Yi said what he did not want to see the most, a hand-to-hand battle. However, the army did not dare to fight hand-to-hand. Even if they gave him guns, he would still lose. When he was first invaded by the Japanese Empire, his countrymen could not win in a hand-to-hand battle and did not know how to play. Later, they learned how to fight. The key was that they were not afraid of death. There was a scimitar unit in Nepal. They had never lost in a hand-to-hand battle. It was not that the scimitars were strong, but that the people in the unit dared to fight. However, they had lost before. They lost to Li Yi's army at that time. A hand-to-hand battle was a matter of life and death. Then come at me. In the war on the Korean peninsula, the Nepalese scimitar unit was hired to fight the rabbit army with bayonets, but they lost. It was the same in the current Tang dynasty. Rifles were equipped with bayonets. The gun was heavy. Not only was the barrel thick, but it was also long. When shooting, it could make the bullets fly farther, and when fighting with bayonets, it wouldn't be too much of a disadvantage. Speaking of bayonets, Guizi took out the bayonet. It was a long bayonet with blood grooves. It was made of the same kind of steel as the gun barrel. He loaded the bayonet and jammed it. The gun instantly gave off a different feeling. It seemed to carry a murderous aura. It looks better than the bow. If the bow is too close, it can only smash and twist. It's not sturdy enough. Song Jing carefully touched the back and sides of the bayonet with his finger. He didn't dare to touch the blade unless he was holding it himself. If you don't have to fight with bayonets, then don't fight with bayonets. Gunners should fight from afar. Li Yi felt sorry for the soldiers of his Tang dynasty, so he was willing to use long-range weapons to deal with the enemy. Even if he had to spend more money, it was worth it to exchange money for his life. How much does it cost? Bai Gu swallowed his saliva and asked weakly. Old Bai, hold on. Don't be afraid. I'll make it with the money from selling the bicycles. You don't have to buy it. We've already agreed on this. Li Yi was afraid that Bai Gu would suddenly collapse. There was no good equipment here. Phew, Bai Gu let out a long sigh. Yes, I've already told Xiao Yi that I won't collect taxes on the bicycles, but I'll make guns. I'll never make a losing deal. Bai Gu became firm in an instant. Look, I've thought so far ahead. You want to make 60,000. Wei Zhigu calculated the number of people. 30,000 winged knights and 30,000 recruits trained in Taibai Mountain. That was 60,000. This summer, Zhuangzi will produce a hydraulic press. During the smelting process, I'll add other things to make alloy steel for the press. Li Yi didn't say how much he wanted to make. He just gave him a new technology. It was too laborious to make steel pipes by hand. Putting them on the press and hot rolling was fast. The cost wasn't important. He didn't need to pay for the coal or the iron ore. Zhuangzi would provide large quantities of saltpeter for gunpowder. This was a military project. All the materials were free, and the money earned from selling kerosene was used to subsidize the cost of other auxiliary materials. He didn't need to pay for the oil either. The Li family Zhuangzi would provide the technology and produce military materials. The extra money would be considered a reward. He considered the cost of materials. No one would calculate the cost of labor and technology. The cost of labor was high, but the cost of technology was even higher. This gun had skipped the stages of cast iron and cast copper. It had skipped the stages of slow match, front loading, smooth bore, and straight rifling. Who could define how much this technology was worth? It was equivalent to 1,000 years. There was also the change in the concept of battle and the way of war. Li, if we make this gun bigger, like a ballista. Su Yi suddenly had an idea. Su Zaifu, good idea. If we make the gun bigger, it will be a cannon. I will make the mercury fulminate into a fused device. When we fire, the shell will explode. Li Yi gave a thumbs up. My Prime Minister Su, you have a good idea. Very good. It can explode? For example, grenades and explosives? Su Yi knew that the weapons transported to the front line were ignited and then thrown out. He originally wanted to fire a bigger bullet from far away and hit the enemy's general. When the bullet was fired, the people on the road would be smashed to pieces. In the end, the enemy's general would die. If he changed it to an explosive bullet, it would be like the explosives thrown out by a catapult. Yes, as long as the mercury fulminate is taken out, the rest is easy to solve. Add a spring device in front of the shell. When the shell is hit by the impact, the mercury fulminate will be ignited, and then Li Yi gestured the explosion. It was that simple. The premise was that there was no problem with the industrial base. This is great. Shall we make it? Baigu couldn't wait to bring an army to fight Tubo. Money. It's fun to use the cannons, and there's a lot of money. Let's not talk about other things. The cost of one shell is half a year's income of an ordinary family in the capital. Li Yi had already calculated the cost. The current production conditions were too poor, and there were too many manual labor involved. To make one shell, the total cost was 20 liang, which was half a year's income of a family. Of course, it would be cheaper in the future. He would gradually improve the production process and come up with new technologies. With a good lathe, he could make more and better lathes. A new generation of lathes would become a cultural relic. Baigu also calculated and suddenly lowered his head and sighed. He couldn't afford it. It was too expensive. The items obtained after the shooting might not be able to cover the cost. Shao Yi, let's wait. Don't make it. Baigu knew that the Li family's Zhuangzi couldn't afford it. He also didn't want to pay the money. Don't make it? If we don't make it, we will never have it. Only by making it can we slowly reduce the cost. Even if it's 20 liang per shell, I am willing to pay 200,000 liang for 10,000 shells. Place the cannons in the city and use the current method of aiming. With the help of the cavalry in the city, a few hundred shells would be enough to stun the enemy. Any formation would be useless in front of the cannons. Li Yi shook his head. He wanted to make it. The calculation was different. 20 liang per shell. One shell could kill one enemy. 10,000 shells could kill 10,000 enemies. That would be 200,000 liang. How much money would it take for an enemy to grow up? How many people would the enemy have? Chapter 888. How many people can we kill with 10,000 big bullets? Song Jing did not know how to fight. He was only concerned about the exchange ratio. Li Yi was about to answer when Guazi spoke first. It's not about how many enemies can be killed. If we really have that kind of cannon fire or sky monkeys, the enemy won't be able to get into formation. Guazi looked at the problem from the perspective of war. Both sides had set up their military formations one by one. The different types of soldiers were also grouped together. When the cavalry encountered a dense infantry formation, they were also dumbfounded. Once they failed to break through the formation, the cavalry would lose their mobility. The cavalry had always been holding the formation from the wings. Unless it was a battle in the wild, the cavalry had archers. When setting up the formation, both sides would split into groups and look for opportunities. At this time, a group of sky monkeys would fly over and blow up a group. If the formation was not messed up, one group would die. If they did not want to die, they would run. Once they ran, the formation would be broken and they would be able to charge. If the sky monkeys landed in the enemy's cavalry formation, their own cavalry would be able to charge and kill the enemy's cavalry. How Lin Kuan agreed, there's no need for cannons. The range of a gun is longer than a crossbow. There's no need to aim deliberately. Just shoot at the enemy's formation. The enemy must charge. He had participated in actual combat before and was considered a general. He had fought before and was still injured. He knew very well that he had the advantage over others in long-range combat. What formation? You can't move? If you don't move, I'll keep shooting at you. You won't be able to hit me. If the formation moved, it would be a trap. Shields would not be able to block it. Tubo also did not have many big shields, much less the Turks. Tao Hong had been listening from the side and could not help but express her opinion. Both sides are 100 feet apart. Is it tiring to charge? The people around nodded in agreement. Yes, they would hit you from 100 feet away. You have to charge within 100 feet for the crossbow soldiers to be effective. Run. The faster you run, the less you will be hit. Carry weapons, wear armor, and sprint for 200 meters. You also have to maintain the formation. Once the formation is broken, the cavalry will be useless. They will definitely charge at you. It's actually like this. Song Jing was enlightened. It was more direct and useful than the hot air balloons from before. Sigh. Li Yi sighed as he recalled the time before liberation when he used a broadsword to charge at the enemy's firearms team. If they ran too slowly, they would be hit again and again. If they ran too fast, how much energy would they have left when they reached their destination? The cannons must be produced as soon as possible. We must have a prototype before the end of the year. Li made up his mind. He had also thought about it. The cannons didn't need to fire too far. Could they fire at a range of 4 li? When they hit the enemy's cavalry, the cavalry would either scatter or charge. There were no other options. When you hit the enemy's infantry, if the infantry ran, your own cavalry would charge. If the enemy cavalry dared to gather, they would attack you. How could an infantryman charge for Li just to get rid of a cannon? Now that they were facing their own infantry, was there even a need to fight? Let's talk about the future in the future. Teach me how to shoot. Baigu was happy. Wait a moment. Wait until there are more guns and cannons. Who cares about Tubo and Turks? If they wanted to attack the Abbasid Caliphate, the Tang dynasty's territory would expand. He had to be quick. He didn't want to wait until he joined the regiment to increase his territory. He wanted to enjoy the feeling of accomplishment. Guazi was in charge of directing the shooting. Baigu happily fired a few shots. Every shot hit the target, even if the target was already 20 meters away. Xiao Yi. Baigu didn't know what to do. He turned to look at Li Yi. Move a table over. Li Yi indeed had a solution. Baigu was shooting while standing. It was normal if he couldn't hit the target, but it would be a problem if he hit the target. Guazi's gun weighed 14 jin. 1 jin was 660 grams. If it was Li Yi's gun, it would be 18.5 jin. If Baigu could hit the target with such a heavy gun, other than luck, he had to be talented. The table was moved over. Li Yi didn't design a stand for the rifle. He just found a straw mat to cushion it. Oh, Bai, you don't find a stool. You can't sit on it. Bend over and set it up. Use the spot in the middle of the door to find the target. Li Yi supported Baigu. Don't sit down. If you sit down, you won't be able to hit the target. The height is different. With something to cushion it, Baigu felt much more relaxed. He fired again. He hit the target's stomach. Amazing. Cough, cough. It's just that the smoke is too thick. When you fire, the enemy will know where you are when they see the smoke. Baigu tried his best to find a flaw. Li nodded. The airtightness wasn't good enough. There was no choice. This was the skill. Who cares if the enemy knows where you are? If you know, just charge. Seeing that Bai Gu could hit the target, Song Jing and the rest lined up. They discussed and agreed that each person would shoot 10 shots to satisfy their cravings. It wasn't just to satisfy their cravings. When they returned, Her Majesty or whoever asked, they could tell what the gun was like and how it felt when they fired. Then, they would use the data provided by Li Yi and the others as their own. They would appear to be knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Then, they agreed to shoot 10 bullets per person. Once they started shooting, they couldn't stop. It was too fun. Again, this time, I want to shoot its right shoulder. Where's the medicine? Give it to me. I can put it in myself. Song Jing had already fired 25 shots. He still wanted to play. The residue in the barrel had been cleaned once. My shoulder hurts. Help me massage it tonight. Bai Gu stopped playing. The gun had a recoil. A gun that could shoot 300 meters away had no recoil. He needed to add other auxiliary equipment. Bai Gu was especially excited. He didn't stick the gun stock tightly to his shoulder. There was a gap in the middle. After he fired the gun, the gap disappeared. He hit his shoulder. Now he was pressing the shoulder where the gun hit. There was a sore feeling. It was like a bruised leg. It hurt when you pressed it. Then you wanted to press it again. It was very exciting. This kind of pain was actually addictive. Bai Gu rubbed it with his left hand. He felt that his entire right side was not listening to him. Take a bath at night. This is a bruise caused by the impact. I will use the medicinal wine to rub it. If you hurt your tendons and your shoulder bulges, I will use Xiaomi to rub it for you. Li Yi didn't look at the situation of Bai Gu's shoulder. If Bai Gu could raise his arm, it meant that his bones were fine. Li Yi felt that Bai Gu should apply for leave. Using Xiaomi to rub it, that feeling, after the first day, the swelling would be worse. Then it would become smaller and recover. It was like using glass to flatten cloth. Xiaomi had the same effect. How to describe the pain? Intramuscular injections and injections on the butt. This was the feeling. It was awesome. In the past, Li Yi jumped down from a high place and sprained his ankle. He rubbed it like this. It was still fresh in his memory. Or if there was a problem with his teeth, he needed to extract the nerves without anesthetics. Although it was said to be extraction, in fact, he was using a needle to extract the marrow. It had nothing to do with the word extraction. The process was very long. Every time the needle was inserted, he would tremble. Li Yi had experienced this before. He didn't want to be injected with anesthetics. The nerve was extracted from his teeth, but he survived. At night, he would look at Bai Gu. He would give treatment according to the situation. Some were slow, some were fast. If there was a bruise, there was no need to extract it. Massage and hot compress would clear it. Chapter 889. Song Jing was fine at the moment. He had been waiting for Bai Gu to give up his position, but Bai Gu refused to do so. Then he suddenly got excited and let go of his shoulder with the gun, but Song Jing pressed his shoulder firmly against the gun, but every time he fired. Oh, he pressed the gun but firmly against his shoulder. Xiao Yi, don't take injections. Bai Gu rubbed his shoulder and discussed with Li Yi. He had taken injections before, but he fainted. If it were other people, he wouldn't say anything. Li Yi was like his family, so he didn't feel ashamed. Let's see at night. Acupuncture and cupping are also fine. You're not afraid of acupuncture. Li Yi understood. He was also afraid of injections at first, but later he got used to it and did it himself. He also saw some people who didn't know how to do it. But in order to save the treatment fee, they prescribed medicine and disposable syringes in the hospital, and then did it at home. During the follow-up visit, the back of the child's hands and feet were full of needle marks. The mother gritted her teeth and pricked the child. Once the needle was pricked, she pricked the child again. The child was sensible and knew to look for others to make more money, so he held on. The mother pricked the child's blood vessels as if they were bedding and clothes. Every time she pricked the child, her heart ached. She was happy when she pricked the child and pricked the child again. Li Yi shook his head and rubbed Bai Gu's shoulder with his hands. He mainly touched the bone. When he pushed away the skin and some muscles, Bai Gu didn't feel pain. It hurt when the skin and muscles were touched, but the tendons were fine. There are so many things to say about shooting. It's not easy. Bai Gu sighed with emotion as he watched others play. Archery is the same. If you don't master the technique well, you'll hurt your hand. So you usually wear a thumb ring. You hold the bow with your left hand and put the arrow on the right side of the bow. At this time, if your right hand can't hold the arrow steady, you need the left thumb to hold the arrow shaft. When you let go, if your left thumb can't move down in time, the tail of the arrow will scratch your thumb and leave a wound. Or if the arrow shaft rubs quickly, it will blister. Sometimes it won't work and you'll get injured. Li Yi spoke slowly to ease Bai Gu's emotions. He was a patient now. There are thumb rings in the army. Bai Gu was not familiar with them. Of course not. They used twine and rags to wrap their thumbs. If they were given a jade thumb ring, the soldiers would think about it all day long. How could they fight properly? I'm going to make some bandages. One is to treat injuries, and the other is to wrap the fingers of the soldiers. Twine is easy to tear. If it tears during a battle, just hold on. Tape is easier to use. Li Yi said with a smile, but it wasn't funny at all. Archers would not wear a thumb ring, even if it was made of a worthless stone. Once they wore it, they would put their mind on it. The archers didn't even think about jade thumb rings or bullhorn thumb rings. They were useless. It was very likely that the battlefield thumb ring would fall off the moment it was moved. Was he supposed to look for it? Bai Gu closed his eyes. After a while, Song Jing finally moved aside. Bai Gu opened his eyes. When will the soldiers at the border be equipped with guns? The winged knights will train 1,000 or 2,000 people. The firearms they make will be sent to the border. The winged knights will be the instructors. Li Yi's answer was not what Wei Zhigu thought. He didn't give 60,000 guns to the winged knights and the people on Taibai Mountain. Bai Gu didn't understand this answer. Xiao Yi, if you send so many guns to the border, aren't you afraid that they'll cause trouble? He began to worry about the soldiers at the border. How? Fight Chang'an? Fighting Chang and requires generals. I'll just go and kill the generals. No, I'm not good enough. I can't shoot accurately when I'm moving. I'll let Z kill them on a flying machine. I'll give him a few large grenades. When he finds the approximate location, he'll throw them down. With a boom, the other non-commissioned officer will surrender. Li Yi really laughed this time. He was very happy. What army could fight Chang? And he killed the leader while flying. If the wind was good, he would be ruthless and release poison. The enemies in the wind would all be lying on the ground. Li Yi, my shoulder hurts. It's already tight, but it still hurts. Song Jing rubbed his right shoulder with his left hand like Bai Gu did before. He was too excited when he fired the gun and didn't notice it. When he moved aside, he felt that the right side of his neck, shoulder, back, and arm were all in pain. Now that his head was tilted to the right, he couldn't stand it. It was as if he had fallen asleep. His throat was also uncomfortable. Just now, the wind blew back, and he inhaled the smoke after the gun was fired. Let's eat spicy hot pot tonight. I'll add arhut fruit, licorice, and annan. Let's drink yellow wine. No, let's drink ginseng and Chisandra. Li Yi looked at the other two people. He knew that they would all fall asleep together today. They didn't exercise enough, usually. Suddenly they started shooting. No matter how tight they were, there would still be impact. What if it hurts? Song Jing actively asked for help. If it hurts when your head is tilted to the right, it will feel like you have a stiff neck. When you sleep at night, your head will tilt to the left. It's the same during the day. Li Yi gave a solution. This was a good way to treat a stiff neck. As for moving the head, it was useless to make a cracking sound. It was a problem with the muscles and tendons. If it was dislocated, it would be fine to move the head. If it wasn't dislocated, it was caused by fatigue. The best way was to tilt to the left. If it hurt, then tilt to the right and vice versa. This way, it could be adjusted in a few hours. Tilt to the left or right. It hurts all over? Hurry up and see a doctor. There was a big problem. It was either too much work or too much exercise during the day, or there was a problem with the spine. The former was to recuperate, while the latter was to be treated quickly. You're talking about medicine? Wei Zhigu didn't get in line. He walked over and heard Li Yi's words. He felt like he was prescribing medicine. It's used to balance the stimulation of the chili. Actually, there should also be plaster. However, I'm worried that if you eat too much plaster, it will be troublesome for you to go to the toilet. At that time, you will have to drink sesame oil or sesame oil. Li Yi admitted that it was medicine. It was medicine to neutralize the damage of the chili to the gastrointestinal tract. Some people would have diarrhea after eating 2 spicy hot pots. Some people would find that they only felt spicy when eating spicy hot pot. There were no follow-up problems. This reflected the foundation of the 2 shops. The former didn't know Chinese medicine at all. It was unknown whether the latter knew Chinese medicine or not, but at least he knew the prescription. Li Yi's authentic Sichuan spicy hot pot had a lot of Chinese herbs in it. When eating, even if he accidentally choked while speaking, he couldn't stand the spiciness. However, after eating it, he wouldn't have diarrhea or the other side of the spicy hot pot. This was called skill. After adjusting it with Chinese herbs, he ate it happily without any worries. It wasn't like after that, in order to save money, he directly boiled the food and added some plain water. There was also chili oil, pepper oil, sesame paste, peanut kernels, sugar, vinegar, monosodium glutamate, salt, and so on. It became takeout, spicy hot pot. The authentic one wasn't like that. The ancestors knew what chili was, so they took measures and prescribed many kinds of prescriptions, including fennel seed powder, dried Hautu Inia cordata, and other things. It looked like spicy hot pot was food, but it was actually Chinese medicine. After the Ming Dynasty, those doctors were so amazing. Then, when it developed to Li Yi's time, they began to rely on the old books. They were all summaries and additional points. There were no more works. To put it bluntly, they didn't make money. Then, there was inheritance, but there was no development. Chapter 890. Sure enough, the sky gradually darkened, and the 4 ministers felt uncomfortable. The palace maids and eunuchs also ran to fire a few shots. When they went back, they could tell others how to operate it and what it looked like when they fired. It was not to show off, but to familiarize themselves with the Li family zhuangzi and keep up with the pace. Whoever was on duty had to figure out the key points and pass it on to others. For example, Li Yi said to remind them half a month later that it was time to release the forest frogs. The palace maids and eunuchs could not stay for half a month. They would leave in 10 days, and they would remember it. When it was time for the handover, they would tell the next shift not to forget. They cherished their current names very much. When Li Yi called them Tao Hong and Qing Song, they would call them Tao Hong and Qing Song. They divided themselves into Tao Hong and Qing Song. Such names did not have a sense of existence in the eyes of others, but in fact, they had a lot of power. It was just that they did not bully others. What was the point of bullying people in the palace when they were in a high realm? If they could not obtain practical benefits, they would be vain and useless. The 32 palace maids and eunuchs did not need to be vain. They were learning from Li Yi. They passed on what they learned to each other, and then took time to learn more about other things. Each of them had a different temperament. Dongzhu said that in the poem he copied, life is coarse and rough, but the poetry in the belly is magnificent. The person Dongzhu killed and buried was so talented. They wanted to learn. What the palace maids and eunuchs learned was the scheming in the small circle and the frankness in the big circle. Let's go. You smell of gunpowder. When we go back, I will use springs to make guns for you to shoot wooden bullets or pebbles. Li Yi said to the 8 people that he wanted to invent BB bullets. This was once treated as a real gun. Later, the country also discovered the problem. It was just a toy gun. Why did the police at that time have to deal with people? It was just like the time when the police raised drug dealers. More often than not, they raised prostitutes. They would catch them once in a while, make more money, and then continue to raise them. In the capital office, especially in Tang, and there had been cases of people in the yamen and underground forcing women into prostitution and selling children. Every dynasty was the same. However, some dynasties didn't even allow you to speak. If you did, you would be arrested. The Tang dynasty told them to spread the news. If they spread the news to His Majesty would deal with them. Li did not care which time and space it was. He was now in the Tang dynasty, and he was ready to take out some toys to make money. There was a shortage of money to make weapons, especially cannons, so he gave them to the children of the rich to make guns out of bamboo. Then, the spring was driven to beat the soybeans. Chingsong, what do you say? Everyone has a toy gun that can shoot dyed soybeans, and it can shoot up to 60 to 70 feet away. Is there anyone who wants to play? Li Yi asked for his opinion. He wanted to set up a shooting range for the rich people of the capital government. Those who did not have money should not participate. The purpose of this was to make money for the military. The dye was naturally powder dye. If the glue wasn't good enough, the gun would be stuck. No matter if it's an adult or a child, they'll go crazy. If both sides fight each other, there'll be cover. Isn't that right, Dongzhu? Chingsong felt that it was interesting. He wasn't that old, and he usually liked archery, badminton, football, and shuttlecock. The main thing was that this was now popular in the harem, so he wanted to play. But there was one thing. Archery was the same as throwing pots. It was aimed at inanimate objects. You couldn't use archery to attack another person. That would kill. I designed a helmet mask made of bamboo. The gap is small and it can block dyed soybeans. Everyone can play together in all kinds of tactical moves. Li Yi told Chingsong about his plan. Chingsong understood and quickly noted that this was not for him to hear. He was the mouthpiece. Just like this. The main place is sand, and then any building is covered with linen as a buffer. The highest place is no more than 5 feet. Everyone also has to wear protective gear. Then the two sides can fight each other. The army can also use it. The main thing is to compete in street fighting. After Li Yi finished speaking, he did not care anymore. The rest of the matter was up to others. He still had to take care of the 4 ministers who had shot themselves until their muscles were injured. The ministers exposed their chins and took a bath. Unfortunately, no one provided them with special services. Although they were all important ministers of the imperial court, they had a lot of contact with women. Most importantly, they did not violate the law. The Tang dynasty did not have such things, and they still thought it was elegant. According to historical records, Li Longji also had a good impression of women in this field. When the people of Nankou went to the pear garden, Li Longji had a lot of luck. For example, Princess Yongmu's mother was actually a woman who married someone and became a concubine. Then Li Longji also took a fancy to her, and the woman recommended her man's younger sister to Li Longji. That was why Princess Yongmu was born. She was a member of a big family. Everyone, do you know? Non-commissioned officer is not easy. He didn't force you to shoot continuously. How bad are the 4 of you? Li Yi was educating the 3 prime ministers and 1 minister of the imperial court. Xiao Yi, don't be sarcastic. Don't you feel pain when I hit you? Baigu was the most depressed. Didn't he just shoot a little? He felt as if his bones were broken. Old Bai, don't be unconvinced. I am not bullying you with my age. When I killed the Turks, every shot was executed according to the operating rules. That was a real sniper rifle. You are playing a game. Don't you feel that you are not confident enough to talk to me, a person who kills enemies? Li Yi was also soaking in the pool. He was now scolding Baigu. You are afraid of killing me? Do you believe that my head will sink and I will suffocate in the water? Baigu said angrily. Don't, old Bai, I was wrong. Don't kill yourself. The Tang dynasty needs you, His Majesty needs you, and the people need you more. Don't sink. If you drink too much water, I will have to spend more of my life to save you. How about this? We can talk. In a few days, I will come up with a new thing. Pay the tax, okay? Li Yi hurriedly tried to persuade him. He looked as if he was afraid that he would kill himself. Humph. Bai Gu snorted. In reality, he was satisfied. He wanted Li Yi's attitude. If Li Yi did not say anything, he would not really drown himself like an idiot. This old man can't do it anymore. If I am going to die, I will drown in this pool, Wei Jigu said. Old Wei, don't worry. I will prepare a good coffin for you. If you sink, I promise I will not save you, Li Yi said with concern. Li Yi, this old man will not be on good terms with you. Wei Jigu sat up. Old Wei, this year, the Minister of Works will not be moved. You have things to do. I want to release some one-sided machines made from industrial machines. First, I will give them to your Ministry of Works. Your Ministry of Works will gather people to work and set an example for other businessmen. After that, I will sell things to them. Your Ministry of Works will also make money. You don't have to worry about the Ministry of Revenue. Our theory is to use our administrative duties to try to implement industrial development. With the existing resources, we will integrate and promote the development of the Tang dynasty's fortifications. Reflect the function of technology transformation, strengthen the new productivity and survival, and successfully complete a model project. There has been an increase in performance, an increase in employment, and Xiao Yi, don't say any more. We all understand. The rest is nonsense. You are just taking out a technology and giving it to the Ministry of Works. You don't need to say anything else. Will the Ministry of Revenue benefit from it? Bai Gu did not want to listen anymore. Give me some solid information. Your words are too deceptive. How can a good young man be so hypocritical? Chapter 891. No, I promise I won't directly target your Ministry of Revenue. Old Bai, you're meddling too much. The Ministry of Revenue is a financial issue. I'm cooperating with the Ministry of Works. Do I need to care about your Ministry of Finance? What does your Ministry of Finance care about? I haven't even produced anything, yet you want to interfere. Old Wei, won't you consider it? Li Yi pretended not to understand what was going on and retorted back. Can the Ministry of Finance and the National Development and Reform Commission directly interfere with the work of the Working Committee? Of course, if you were to interfere as the Prime Minister, that would be a different matter. Right now you're speaking as the Minister of Revenue. Why don't you change your identity? If you change your identity, I'll change my words. Old Wei, we can't let this kid drive a wedge between us. We're the ones working together. Bai Gu went to talk to Wei Jigu. He looked like he was whispering, but his voice was very loud. Song Jing couldn't stand it anymore. Long Zhe didn't say anything. Why do you have to be like this? Bai Gu angrily returned and didn't say anything. He had been targeting Li Yi to shut Song Jing and Su Yi's mouths. The two hadn't said anything yet, but he was already talking nonsense. It looked like he was going to find trouble with Li Yi and was determined to see it through. In reality, he wanted Li Yi to give a reasonable explanation. That would be enough. But Li Yi didn't give it. He was so stubborn. Who was he showing it to? Bai Gu's teeth don't hurt anymore. On one hand, you want to get money from Li Yi, and on the other hand, you protect Li Yi. Li Yi only serves you, right? If it was Li Yi, what he said at the time would be that everyone was a 1,000-year-old fox. No one should talk about strange stories. Li Yi laughed and turned to ask Cui Lu, "How do you sing this song?" Cui Lu hesitated for less than a breath and immediately sang. The waves run, the waves flow, the river flows for thousands of li. The river never stops. It was this perception, this reaction, this cooperation, and this tacit understanding. This was because there were no ready-made instruments. Otherwise, the band for this song would have been formed by other palace maids and eunuchs, and they would definitely not be late by 2 seconds. If even half of the people in my political affairs hall can do that, I'll be satisfied. envious and jealous but not hateful. He didn't hate anyone. I'll give each of you 2 cosmetic boxes later. Is there anyone who feels that I shouldn't do this? Li Yi was in a good mood, so he decided to give the palace maids and eunuchs some benefits. No, the 8 palace maids and eunuchs shouted in unison. They already had their own makeup boxes. The new ones could be given to Empress Wang, and then Empress Wang could give them to the other concubines and talented people. Empress Wang would give them money, and they would send it home. Their families lived in the same neighborhood. If they didn't want to give it to their families, they would keep it for themselves. This was especially so for the palace maids. They were all willing to save money so that they could leave the palace and get married in the future. Eunuchs were different. Eunuchs hoped that their brothers would have more children so that they could adopt one of them. If some eunuchs had brothers, they would even marry a wife. Then, in name, she would be their wife. After she gave birth to a child for their brother, the child would be theirs. There were even people who borrowed children, let alone eunuchs. What was more interesting was that if eunuchs had their own sons, they would take better care of them. Eunuchs treated their wives and borrowed children better than many men who had their own wives and sons. Xiao-yi, that cosmetic box. Bai Gu was also tempted. He had one at home, and he gave it to his wife. However, he also had 2 younger sisters who were married. They were much younger than him, and he raised them as his daughters. They weren't born from the same mother. They had the same father, but different mothers. In history, his parents had died, including his stepmother, leaving behind 2 younger sisters. Bai Gu also had a younger brother who had the same father and mother. However, this younger brother wasn't very useful. He was the one who raised his 2 younger sisters. Then, regardless of whether it was his upbringing or the court, his descendants once again defended the city against the enemy. In the end, the city slope perished. This kind of person couldn't be blamed from any angle. He had done what he needed to do. His descendants also did it at the cost of their lives. Now he was thinking of his 2 younger sisters and wanted some benefits. If others wanted to give him benefits, he wouldn't want it. He would ask Li Yi for it. He knew that if others gave him benefits, they must have a request. He wouldn't agree. If it was Li Yi, it would be a waste if he didn't want it. After taking the benefits, he would go back and find trouble with Li Yi. He wouldn't feel guilty at all. Wait until we return to Zhuangzi. There aren't any on Mount Li. Don't sell it. Whoever sells, it will have none in the future. Li Yi promised to give everyone a cosmetic box. It was extra. Bai Gu had 2 for his 2 younger sisters. Bai Gu wasn't young anymore, but his younger sisters were still very young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised his 2 younger half-sisters as his daughters. There was a big age gap. Some people could even abandon their wives and children when they became officials. Bai Gu became an official and took good care of his stepmother's children. His character was 100 times better than Song Jing. Others didn't know, but Li Yi knew. He had always looked down on Song Jing, unless Song Jing slowly changed while he was around. Now that they had finished bathing, 2 of the 4 people who ate the spicy hot pot together had died in history. However, because of Li Yi's appearance, the 2 of them were eating the spicy hot pot and sipping the brewed white wine. It was very comfortable. As they ate, Song Jing thought of a very important matter. It's just a day off. I have 2 things to do. I'm addicted to shooting. Are you coming back tomorrow? He was very calm. He didn't say that they were delaying things. He didn't dare to play and delay time. When others were playing, he would blame them and shirk responsibility. Who was sitting here that allowed him to shirk responsibility? Moreover, if he lied, the emperor would come to Zhuangzi. Would Li Yi cover up for him? Wouldn't that be a dream? Would Li Yi compromise with others? One more day. Today, in order to feel the impact of the new weapons, you paid a huge price. Your bodies suffered injuries that even martial artists couldn't bear. As scholars, you carried the support of martial artists. You didn't care about hard work and were brave. Xiao-yi were all on the same side. Don't say any more. We don't have to go to work tomorrow. Help us arrange it. We're tired from shooting. Gu interrupted Li Yi. Do we still need to be so hypocritical? The few of us did shoot at each other and we know what happened. If we don't go to the political affairs hall for one more day, the political affairs hall can't operate? Say something. What's there to say? In a while, I'll get someone to send 1 smoked chicken to each person. Those with high positions will get 2. Those with higher positions will get a big watermelon. This is the last batch. Can't Li do this well? Give them something. The other officials in the political affairs hall took the things and promised to work hard. They didn't have to give face to others, but the Li family Zhuangzi should at least be rewarded, right? Oh, so many prime ministers and the minister of works are here. Li Yi had just comforted the 4 people when Li Longji's family of 3 arrived. No, it was a family of 4. Princess Yongmu also came, followed by Princess Yongmu's guards and her personal maid Xiaolan. So it's Li Sanlang. This old man greets you. Gu stood up and cupped his hands. Well said, well said. You've worked hard, Bai Zaifu. Before the others could react, the little guy also cupped his hands and said in a childish voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Yi, then opened his arms and ran over. Li picked him up. The 2 looked at each other and smiled foolishly. Gu looked at the other 3 people and bowed to the little guy. He was happy. Look, you're not as good as this old man. The little guy said that you've worked hard and only left this old man alone. This old man will guard this position and not leave any personal feelings. Chapter 892. The shop has been sealed. I don't know what to do. Princess Yongmu wanted to explain how she came here. She went to the Li family Zhuangzi, and the people in Zhuangzi said that Li Yi went up the mountain. They happened to meet the people from Sixli village, and then they came together. In a few days, the goods are being manufactured. There's another matter that benefits the people. I want to distribute them from the shop. Li Yi was very happy and sent someone to find Wang Xing. Wang Xing ran over and looked at the large group of people. He told Li Longji the words Li Yi taught him, and then the main hall could be given to Li Longji. Princess Yongmu naturally lived in the side hall of the main hall, while Gu and the others lived in the side hall. A new double-flavored pot was sent over, and they moved to another place to eat. Li Yi followed and ignored the officials. Is the gun still useful? Li Longji first boiled a piece of frozen tofu, half of it in the chicken soup. The little guy sat on a high chair with a small soup cup in front of him. He used a spoon to carefully blow on the chicken soup and drink it. Tao Hong and the others stood around him. Including Xiaolan, Song Jing was taken care of by the people from Pure Flower's palace. I'm collecting data and carving the scale. 300 feet can break iron armor. 600 feet can break leather armor. And 100 feet can injure unarmored soldiers. However, after 300 feet, the accuracy drops. You need to rely on concentrated fire to hit people. For infantry, the reloading speed is still too slow. I have a 3-stage attack method. Li Yi took out the 3-stage attack method that only the Ming dynasty had. With his explanation, everyone understood. It was very simple. If you want to defend the city, you can have others help reload. The number of guns and the number of people reloading determine the frequency of firing. Li Longji still wanted to defend first. When the weather was warm, large amounts of cement would be sent to the border to build the city walls. There were many people, and the cavalry would harass and restrain Tubo's troops. A city could be built every half a month, and the city could be built forward. Brother Yi, can we build 4 castles first and use the walls to connect the castles? Li Longji figured out a way to build a city. If they built 4 concrete castles, they would have protection and connect the 4 castles with the city wall. It would be safer than building the city wall directly. Li Yi helped to pick up the frozen tofu, which had already melted, and put it on the big plate in front of the little girl, making a blowing gesture. The little girl lowered her head and blew on the frozen tofu. She blew on it a few times, flipped it over with her chopsticks, and blew on it again. Third elder brother, I have a plan. turned the square city into a diamond-shaped building with a protruding front. Li Yi turned his head. Qing Song opened the box and took out something. Li Yi quickly drew a map of the rhombus stronghold. On a flat surface, it looked like there was a sharp edge to it. Look, third brother. When the enemy attacks the city, they can only build ladders along the rhombus-shaped walls. The ladders on the top can attack downwards, and the ladders on the sides can also be attacked. Li Yi handed over the map. The defensive area of such a fortress was larger than the attacking area. No matter which wall the attackers climbed, they would be hit by the people behind the wall. At the same time, they would have to face the rolling wood and thunderstones above. If more soldiers were sent to squeeze into the concave area to attack all the surrounding positions, the catapults would smash a piece. What if the catapults threw down explosive packs? If there was time, they could dig a moat of the same shape. It would also be troublesome for the enemy to fill the moat. Didn't they have guns now? The range was longer than a normal bow and arrow. Li Longji's finger moved along the line. The gun can shoot further. You can build a row of towers on the city wall. Wooden frames are enough. He was talking about the arrow towers, which were used to shoot arrows downwards. They were temporarily made of wood, like a grandstand. When the enemy attacked the city, they had to charge through the rain of bullets. If it's a big city, you can also build a barbican at the back. Empress Wang looked around and found a few places that were easiest to break through from the front. If they added a barbican at the back, they could break through the front wall and rush in. They would still face attacks from several directions. Li nodded. Big cities did have barbicans. Chang and did not have one, but Chang and had an imperial city. However, when the enemy reached Chang, and the Tang dynasty would have failed. Chang and had been occupied more than once in history. Okay, we should build a diamond-shaped city that can hide 5,000 soldiers at the border. Li Longji decided. If 1,000 soldiers were arranged in the city and equipped with weapons, even 10,000 enemy soldiers would not be able to break through. The problem was the siege engines, mobile arrow towers, and explosive packs. If they used bows to shoot downwards, they would have to expose a large part of their body. They would be shot by the archers below the city wall. If they changed to guns, they did not need to draw the bow or adjust their posture. They just needed to aim. Third brother, leave a hole for the gun. It's slanted and can be swung left and right. Li Yi picked up the pen again and drew. He drew the shooting hole of the turret. It was like a square funnel installed horizontally on the wall, and the gun could be swung left and right. There were arrow holes on the city wall now, but the holes were bigger. If the enemy's arrows were accurate, they could hit them. If the holes were small, the enemy could only stare. They could make more shooting holes to make it easier to move back and forth. Empress Wang thought for a while. If we make the holes slanted downwards, we need to throw a clay pot filled with gunpowder in some places, ignite it, and slide it down. She thought that if she threw it while standing, it would be easy to be hit from below. If the pot in her hand burned, what would she do if it blew up her own people? In the future, we have to use firearms to attack and defend. Li Longji was not in a hurry to think of many things at once. He handed the guns to the soldiers, and they would adjust according to the actual situation. The night passed and dawn came. Today they still ate steamed buns. Li Yi was ready to fly. He only ate a steamed bun and a boiled egg. Then he went outside with the others. Bai Gu and the other 3 people seemed to be in good spirits. However, Bai Gu kept rubbing his shoulders. Obviously, he had not fully recovered yet. In a large open space, a horse was prepared. Guizi stood beside the horse. A non-powered triangular hang glider was pushed over. Li Yi carried an umbrella bag and hung a hanging bag. When he flew, he needed to put his feet in the hanging bag to be restrained and save his strength. In fact, he could fly without the hanging bag. However, with a stepping stick behind him, it was not easy to control, especially when he used his forearm and forearm to move to adjust the hang glider. The key point was the quick-release buckle. Even if he could not free himself from the hanging bag, he could pull it open with a pull. Li Yi stood still, tied the rope, and looked for the direction facing the wind. He wanted to take advantage of the strong wind to fly higher and fly back. He did not want to go down the mountain. The rope in front was tied to the saddle. Everything was ready. Li Yi put on the goggles and gave Guozi a thumbs up. Guozi urged the horse forward, and Li Yi followed behind. After running for less than 10 steps, the hang glider flew into the sky. Li Yi bit the loose buckle of the rope with his mouth. He tilted his head and the buckle opened. The big kite was free. He pulled up against the direction of the wind. His body moved back and forth, and the hang glider flew higher and higher. The people below watched nervously with binoculars, afraid that he would suddenly fall. Li Longji even regretted letting Li Yi demonstrate. What if he fell to his death in the Tang dynasty? Come on, come on. Xiao Lan could not help but shout. She could not help much. Princess Yongmu's hand holding the binoculars was sweating. Her small mouth was open. She felt that she was against the wind and gasping for breath. Li Yi in the sky was slowly adjusting, turning and controlling the wind side of the hang glider. He began to move diagonally, lowered his altitude, and adjusted again to the angle facing the wind. The hang glider rose. As long as the wind was strong enough and kept blowing, he could always fly. He could not go to other places. If he took off with the wind, he could only keep falling. Chapter 893. The kite circled 4 times in the sky before Li Yi controlled it to glide down with the wind. It gradually approached the ground and then stopped. Opening the buckle, Li Yi stood beside the triangular hang glider and panted. Flying in the sky was also very tiring. The main reason was that he was more nervous and was afraid of sliding down. Should he come back up or wait for the people above to come down? Everyone surrounded Li Yi and looked at him. Very good, he was alive. Looking at the kite, it was also very good and not broken. This thing is a kite. Many people tried to fly with a kite but failed, but Li Yi did it. Wei Zhigu went forward and squatted down to touch the hang glider. A hot air balloon could fly in the sky, and an umbrella could slowly descend from the sky. Now, with a big kite, it could still fly. As long as the wind was strong enough, it could fly very high. It looks scary flying so high. What if I fall? Su Yi was scared. He definitely wouldn't go up and try it. It can be used in the military. Li Longji first thought of the military. Find a high place and let the soldiers jump into the enemy's city or attack the enemy's baggage. Can it always fly at a high place? Baigu was more concerned about this matter. It could fly here and there to pass on information. It depends on the wind. If the wind is suitable, there will always be wind. No matter which direction it blows, an expert can control it. Li Yi mentioned an expert. He couldn't and could only choose an area. If he suddenly flew far away, he would involuntarily lower his altitude. Today, he could be considered to have performed above his usual standards. Otherwise, he would have fallen down the mountain. Is it easy to learn? Empress Wang was interested. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. It's not easy to learn. First, you need to find a flat ground with wind and practice many times. Before that, you need to learn how to parachute first. The probability of an accident was not high, but once an accident happened, the worst result would be a fracture. In fact, the reason why people had accidents most of the time was because those people wanted to challenge a difficult move. Flying normally was very safe. There was also a video that said that he didn't wear a belt and grabbed the bar to descend. In the end, he still fractured his hand. Can you take off from flat ground? Li Longji thought of something. Wait for the wind. Use a horse to lead the kite. After it flies, it can circle. If it is led by a horse, it can continue to fly. Li Yi said with a smile. Flying a kite was simple. Previously, he had learned how to fly a kite, and it was not high off the ground. If you have the conditions to go to the wind tunnel, you can practice in the wind tunnel first. Good. Train some people and use horses to pull them outside the city. Li Longji also smiled. What if the other envoys saw it? Especially the Tubo and the Turks? Song Jing immediately thought of the reason. If he showed it to others, they would be scared to death. For example, the Tubo and the Turks felt that it was simple. They would make their own kites and fall to their deaths. Song Jing didn't think that any kind of kite could fly people. If Li Yi could take out a kite that could fly around, it must be very high-tech. Just like a gun. A gun looked simple in structure, but in reality it had many parts and was extremely difficult to process. Is it cold in the sky? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi with admiration. To be able to fly in the sky with a kite, many people only dared to think about it. It was like a dream. The weather is warm now. I will use a hot air balloon to bring you up to take a look. Li Yi shook his head. If it was cold, he would also say that it was not cold. Fly, fly! The little fellow opened her arms and ran with her little legs, shouting as she ran. If there is something that can bring people up to the sky and land at any time, it would be great. Bai Gu was also afraid of hang gliding and didn't want to play with it. He was thinking about long-distance air transportation. It was more convenient than using hot air and would not be affected by the wind. Wait. Wait for me to build a diesel engine. I will run on the ground first. It will be developed together with the steam engine. Both of them are not easy to build. Li Yi was worried. He wanted to build a steam engine locomotive, but it was not easy. He could build a small one first and use the same track. The difficulty was that the parts were big and the boiler had to be thick enough. If he changed to a diesel engine, the cylinder could be cast and he had the blueprints for the parts inside. The difficulty was that the parts were small. Many parts were small, especially the bearings, and the cylinder seal had to be tightly sealed. First, he could build a single-cylinder engine and then add more. Then he would have a tractor. The easiest way was to build a handheld tractor. It was like riding a bicycle. The handlebars and brakes were all controlled by the handlebars. But how to solve the problem of tires? Trains were not needed. Tractors. Xiao Yi, you said you can build it? Bai Gu could not guess Li Yi's thoughts. He was surprised by Li Yi's words. Li Yi said it was not easy to build, but he meant that he could build it. It's still early. I still need to build the foundation of the industry. I also need the Tang dynasty's navy to go out to the sea and bring back some things. It will take at least 8 to 10 years. Li Yi did not want to give them too much confidence. If they kept thinking about it and pondered about it all day, it would delay their work. Okay, 8 years. 8 years it is. I want to live to see that day. Xiao Yi, work hard. Bai Gu gritted his teeth and agreed with 8 years. As for the 10 years mentioned before, he pretended that he did not hear it. Let's go down the mountain and do our own things. Old Song, I know there are 2 new things. You have to be more open-minded. Li Yi looked at Song Jing. I'm fine. Song Jing was indeed open-minded. He was too far away from the people and did not make any achievements. The people only recognized his position as the prime minister. They did not care about what he said. He knew that he was the same as Yao Chong. His power was not in the hands of others. However, when he saw the new gun, the gun that could make bullets fly 100 feet away, when he saw Li Yi fly a big kite in the sky, he was incomparable to Li Yi. He came to play for 2 days, soak in the hot spring, receive a massage from Li Yi, and eat some comfortable food. The group walked down the mountain. Li Yi took Princess Yongmu's hand and said, "Be careful. It's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to go down. There's a slide pole. It takes 4 people to carry it. Take a ride at a good place." Li Longji looked unfriendly, but he did not stop them. Li Yi had to marry a wife, right? Marry who? Marry my daughter. Then I'll change my name. It doesn't matter what my name is. The most important thing is to tie Li Yi to the royal family. Princess Yongmu's face was red all the way to her neck. She lowered her head and let Li Yi pull her away. Xiaolan supported her on the other side and looked around with her big eyes. The 4 ministers also walked by themselves. They did not look at Li Yi at all. They looked at the road and the scenery. Li Longji thought for a moment, then took Empress Wang's hand and walked by himself. The little girl sat on the slide pole. Everyone was protecting her. They were ready to catch the little girl with their own bodies at any time. Guozi followed closely with his blade and a row of small throwing knives on his waist. He held Li Yi's sniper rifle in his hand. Guangping, the Japanese Empire is coming. Prepare to receive them and give the Japanese Empire a reward. Bai Gu discussed national affairs with Song Jing as they walked. The Japanese Empire's vanguard team had arrived. There were 6 people, and it was said that the team would arrive soon. They had left the Japanese Empire last year and had been on the road ever since. There were more than 300 people. The Japanese Empire's envoys in Chang, and were ready to receive them at any time and present a letter of credence. Reward the Japanese Empire with books, scriptures, and technology. I want the head of whoever gives the Japanese Empire good technology. Li Yi suddenly said. He did not care if the 4 ministers were in a good mood or not. Chapter 894. Li Yi knew that the Japanese were coming over this year. He also knew that the leader was called Abe Amaro, and the deputy was called Fujiwara Meijo. Among them, there was also a person called Masayoshi Masayoshi. Masayoshi Masayoshi would stay in the Tang dynasty. He studied everything, including architecture, music, painting, military strategy, and so on. Furthermore, he had learned a lot of things. Naturally, he would study other technologies. Li Yi wouldn't let him know about this. For example, if the other party came over to ask him about gunpowder, the things that he taught to the people couldn't be kept a secret. If it didn't involve the lives of the people, he wouldn't let anyone know. There were also medical books. This was more troublesome. However, there were many medicinal herbs that couldn't be obtained in the Japanese Empire. Xiao Yi, are you afraid that the small country will use it to deal with the Tang dynasty? Bai Gu wasn't angered by Li Yi's words. He felt that Li Yi cared too much about the Japanese Empire. Small country? The Sui dynasty conquered Goguryeo. Isn't Goguryeo a small country? You can't be careless. Listen to me. Li Yi knew this small country very well. He was ambitious, smart, and had a strong learning ability. What if they want to see you? Song Jing asked. Then let them see me. Why should I care if they see me or not? Find someone who can speak their language and come to Zhuangzi to teach me. Li Yi wasn't afraid of meeting them. He wanted to learn their language. In the past, he could speak Japanese, English, German, and Korean. Sometimes he would read the other party's thesis, and sometimes he would negotiate with the other party about medical equipment. But things were different now. The Japanese Empire spoke differently. He had recently learned some Tubo and Turkic languages, including the Khitan language. He turned to Princess Yongmu and said, If you have time, learn other languages. If it's really hard to remember, isn't there pinyin? Mark it out. Princess Yongmu nodded. She was willing to learn. She could actually speak the Turkic language. She also knew some of the Hu people's simple, everyday language. Many Hu merchants' items would enter the palace, and they would be called by different names. Brother E, the people from the Japanese Empire are coming. When they return, what should we reward them? Li Longji did not dare to make the decision himself. Mirror, soap, scented soap, toilet water, glycerin, perfume, makeup box. They were not allowed to get close to the place where the cement was being burned, and everyone involved had to increase the secrecy. If they were not allowed to board the hot air balloon, they would refuse on the grounds of safety. Rice and cotton, they're not allowed to leave with seeds, including other seeds. Li Yi was willing to pay for his own things. What he gave were all consumables. Just look at how the Tang dynasty was behaving like a great country. Valuable things. Where are the thermos and kerosene lamps? Empress Wang liked thermos bottles. There was always hot water. The palace maids and eunuchs in the harem were much more relaxed. Here, but give them a batch of kerosene and diesel oil. After that, we can send them over by ship or let them bring silver to me by ship. Li Yi was thinking about Japan's silver. It could not be used as a currency now, but it would be useful when it came to electric circuits in the future. He was prepared to tell the Japanese where there were silver mines. He would not tell them about copper mines because copper could be used to make many things. Silver could also be used to make utensils, but it was more useful for trade. The Tang dynasty did not use silver as a currency now, and it would not use it in the future. In order to prove the friendship between the Japanese Empire and the Tang dynasty, I have the location of a silver mine in the Japanese Empire. When the time comes, find an opportunity and give it to them. Li Yi looked as if he was pursuing world peace and was willing to contribute his own strength. The four ministers looked at him together. Baigu, you know about the Japanese Empire's mines? Does the Japanese Empire have copper mines? Yes, a very large copper mine. However, copper is still a material used to make currency. If the Japanese Empire mines copper in large quantities, it will. Li Yi stopped and started to think. He was thinking about when he could conquer the Japanese Empire. If the Japanese Empire had a large amount of copper, would it be more difficult to conquer the Japanese Empire? If not, it would be better to sell it to the Japanese Empire and use silver to exchange for the location. Then the copper. But tell them that I want copper, a large amount of copper. Li Yi changed his mind. Is it to be used as collateral for the issue of currency? Li Longji was concerned about the currency. It's to make more powerful bullets. I have a new type of gun, but the bullets are not easy to make. It requires a large amount of copper, and it is also needed for industrial machinery. Li Yi shook his head. It was fine to use silver as collateral. He had the final say on the value of silver. We'll talk about this later. Li Longji was reluctant to tell the Japanese Empire the location of the copper mine. The silver mine was fine. After all, silver was useless. When Tian get on the roller coaster? It's too tiring to walk. Li Yi let go of Princess Yongmu's hand. The roller coaster next to her was put down. Princess Yongmu pouted. She was quite willing to let Li Yi hold her hand. Dongzhu, you come up too. Another roller coaster stopped. I can walk. I can take a car when I reach the front. Li Yi waved his hand. Unless he was too tired, why would he let others carry him? In the past, when he went to scenic spots, he would take the roller coaster and let people carry him all the way up. He would also give them extra money when they reached the bottom. For those people, there was no need for pity. As long as you took the roller coaster, they would earn money. If everyone didn't take the roller coaster, they would feel bad for letting others carry them. How could the roller coaster live? The road ahead was easier. There was a car waiting for them. Everyone got on the car and went down the mountain road. First, they went to the imperial plantation that Wang Xing was in charge of. Then, they went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Baigu and the other three didn't take a bath in the morning. Now, they went into the small bathtub to relax their muscles. Wen Tian, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Li Yi continued to flirt with the girl. Noodles, noodles. The little boy had just fallen asleep. Now that he heard Li Yi ask him what he wanted to eat, he told him what he wanted to eat. He liked to eat noodles because it was easy to eat. It could be mixed with soy sauce and sugar, or noodles with soup. He would drink the soup and then eat the meat inside. It would be even better if there was a braised egg. He would be more satisfied. Okay. Princess Yongmu took care of her brother. If her brother wanted to eat noodles, he would eat noodles. Then let's eat chicken with yam and noodles with soup. Li Yi said that he was hungry. In the morning, he only ate a steamed bun and a boiled egg. The weather was warm. Baigu and the other three came out together in their boxers and loose clothes after bathing. As soon as they entered, they met shopkeeper Liang, Yang Huanjin, and the others who had also just come in. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were salt merchants from Shu. They had prepared everything and were about to leave. Finally, they went to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy goods. Songda was there to entertain them. Shopkeeper Liang and the others had known each other for a long time and wanted to send them off. They went to the Li family Zhuangzi to eat and drink for free. When the 4 people came in, they stood up with a clatter. They knew Bai Gu, but they didn't see the others on a daily basis. Bai Zaifu, you also came to eat? Yang Huanjin greeted with a smile. I was called to Mount Li by Xiao Yi. This is Song Jing, this is Su Yi, and this is Wei Jigu. These 3 are salt merchants from Shu. They helped a lot. Behind them are Shopkeeper Liang and the others who donated the shed. Bai Gu complained about Li Yi and introduced both sides. Song Jing and the others nodded with good intentions. Yang Huanjin and the others quickly bowed. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister in the imperial court were called together by Li Dongzhu. They could even go to Mount Li. Wasn't that the imperial family's place? Chapter 895. Today, Bai Gu did not speak any nonsense. He turned around and went to the private room. Li Yi and the others went in from another door. The little boy was drooling and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. The smell in the cafeteria was fragrant. Everything smelled delicious. When the big plate of chicken was served, the little boy had his own plate with leather noodles. There were no bones in his big plate of chicken, only small pieces of chicken, carrot slices, and cucumber slices. He held his chopsticks and waited. Li Longji hurriedly took a bite. Only then did the little boy eat happily. No one taught him this. He was young, so he ate first. However, usually in the palace, if Li Longji did not eat, no one else would dare to eat. He learned it. I just met the Shu Salt Gang and Shopkeeper Liang. They seemed to be leaving via the Yellow River. Bai Gu took a sip of warm yellow wine to warm his stomach. He mentioned Yang Huanjin and the others. Tell Song to prepare 500,000 coins of different denominations. Brother Yang should take them with him when he leaves. He can use them to buy things in the future. Li Yi told Qing Song to give him the money. Just treat it as payment in advance. Qing Song left. Not long after, Songda came in. Dongzhu, 500,000 coins of exchange. You've overpaid. Release a batch of new tea. Put it on the newspaper and give a 10% discount. Also, advertise the gloomy wooden instruments. Allow others to order them at the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi nodded and gave 2 methods to recover the money. Overpaying was out of the question. The Li family Zhuangzi had printed a lot of money, but every time it was released, there would be collateral of equal value. Li Yi adhered to the rules. Otherwise, no one would know about the overpayment, and it was impossible for anyone to run over. Dongzhu, it's not enough. Songda shook his head. How much do you need? Li Yi asked. About 40,000 coins. Songda knew the data. He compared it and held up 4 fingers. Summer is coming. The newspaper said that if you buy toilet water in advance, you will get a 10% discount. Only 40,000 coins. For every 100 coins you spend, you will get an extra piece of sulfur soap. Li Yi pondered for a moment and said another product. The newly developed sulfur soap is used for medicinal purposes. The newspaper introduced how to use it, but there is no stock. Now I am giving it to you. Got it, Dongzhu. Songda felt relieved and ran out to make arrangements. Bai Gu smacked his lips as he listened by the side. 500,000 yuan could be released directly, and the backup would immediately make up for the shortfall. Xiaoyi still had money. Old Bai, don't look at me like that. The extra bonus isn't 500,000. I had some savings before, but I don't have any money. This year, the Ministry of Revenue's tax revenue should exceed 20 million taels. Why are you eyeing this small amount of money? Li Yi felt uncomfortable being stared at. It's not easy for me to get some money, and I'm already getting a 10% discount. Xiao Yi, you have 500,000 yuan. Bai Gu emphasized you have. Overpaid? Where? Li Yi said with a you don't know how to calculate look. You made up for the extra bonus. That 500,000 yuan was placed in the hands of the Shu salt merchants to buy things. The money is there, and you can exchange it for 500,000 yuan worth of goods. Baigu didn't fall for it. He was now very familiar with finance. What goods? When the border is short of baggage, I will let Shu Di transport it directly. Can I ask the soldiers at the border for money? Or can I ask you for money? Li Yi gave another account. The money was thrown out, and he didn't really want to buy anything back. This was because he had new things to release, and it was to pay taxes to Baigu. He didn't lack money. Baigu didn't say anything and drank. Song Jing's mood was even better. Look, Li Yi threw out 500,000 yuan to the soldiers. Of course, the people remembered Li Yi's good. How could he compete with him? Then the money was really given. Li Longji believed that Li Yi wouldn't take back what he said. To buy loyalty, the Jidushi, governor, and protector general at the border have too much power, using that money to let the soldiers know who is giving them money. At the same time, let them know that if they can be given money to make their lives better, tomorrow, if they rebel, there will be more money for others to surround and suppress them. The Shu Di salt merchants will take the exchange coupons back and use them to circulate. More Shu Di merchants, and people will benefit. If someone causes trouble, they will be the first to disagree. They need the stability of this currency. Li Yi laid things out. 500,000 yuan was a lot, but it couldn't be compared to the stability of the people's hearts and soldiers. He had too much cash for himself. The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons circulated in large quantities, which in itself increased the credibility of the Li family Zhuangzi. When the imperial court issued banknotes, the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons would exist side by side. If the imperial court didn't control it well, the Li family Zhuangzi could use their credibility to invalidate the imperial court's currency. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. She still admired him, but her heart ached. She felt that her family's money was gone. Li Lang, can't you get back the 500,000 yuan? She couldn't help but ask. If you want to, not only can you get it back, but you can also earn more. Li Yi patted the back of Princess Yongmu's hand. While Li Longji stared, Li Yi said, 500,000 yuan can't be spent in one go. Who can spend so much money? If I don't give them things, how can they spend it? The money is mine. And then Li Longji's eyes looked at Li Yi's hand that was still on the back of Princess Yongmu's hand and asked. Li Yi withdrew his hand. Then I will make a batch of camouflage clothes, warm ones, spring ones, and summer ones. I will send them over and let the Shu Di salt merchants buy them. They will give them to the soldiers in my name. The things I send over are goods. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if I just donate them? If I buy goods, I can make double the profit. In other words, I will use my money to donate. I will earn my own money. There are other goods. If the goods are good and the military quality is good, the people will follow and buy them. I will earn another sum of money from the people. Li Yi explained his operation method at that time. For example, there is a meeting to accept donations and then need to give tents to the disaster areas. How to spend the money? Find someone to set up a company. They don't need to be able to produce tents themselves. Go to other places to buy tents. The more you buy, the cheaper the price. Then, this meeting will buy tents from this company at a high price. In this way, the money will be made. Li Yi used his own money to buy his own things and donate them. No matter how high the price was, he would definitely lose money. When he lost money, some goods would be known by the locals. They would also want to buy them. This was equivalent to advertising fees. In this way, Li Yi's real donation was not 500,000 yuan. It could be 200,000 yuan or 150,000 yuan. In addition, the profits from the goods bought by the people. Recouping the capital or surplus depends on the local purchasing power and the promotion of the goods to the local people. At that time, the inheritance tax overseas was very high. Rich people will donate and set up their own charity fund. The charity fund will buy things for others. Who will it buy? Will it buy from the company registered overseas or from someone else? If it buys from someone else, how big is the political background of this other person? What can the other party provide in exchange for benefits? How can it be like this? Bai Gu realized that he had learned something again. Isn't this too scheming? I am just saying. Actually, there are other ways to earn back the money. Even if I earn money, I will still take out the money to help the people. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and thought, You have not seen the world. What's there to be surprised about? Chapter 896. Set up the track gangplank. Set up the track gangplank. Boom! At the Wei River wharf of the capital government, the people carrying the goods on the shore put a gangplank with tracks on the side of the ship like a suspension bridge in the moat. Then the people on the ship pulled and the people on the shore pushed. They pushed the carts with goods to the head, and the people on the ship carried them directly. Every time, 2 tracks were set up at the same time, but they were on an intersection-shaped board. They sent the carts forward from one direction on the shore, unloaded the carts, and returned to the empty carts from the other direction. It was the same when loading and unloading the carts. They no longer had to carry the goods across the gangplank. It was slow and dangerous. If the ship was small, it would tilt towards the wharf when the board was set up. After the carts were put on the other side, it would gradually balance. Big ships couldn't feel the weight at all, especially flat-bottomed Chowsher. The ships had already gone down the river. There was a team with the largest size. They raised the flag with 2 words written on it, Shu Salt. Yang Huanjin stood at the wharf and watched the last boxes being carried to the ship with sails. He looked back and stepped on the ship. The boxes were filled with 500,000 yuan worth of exchange coupons. He took the money, but he didn't see Li Yi. Today, Li Yi didn't come to see him off, but someone accompanied him. The pigeon keeper. Li Yi got a lot of pigeons and gradually let them fly. The main reason was to familiarize himself with the terrain and magnetic environment of the capital government. Now he took out 50 feathers and put them in cages to take them to Shudi to see if they could return to the nest. If possible, fly back and raise them. Then take more pigeons to Shudi and fly back. The pigeon keeper was talking to Huang Xianrong. He knew the purpose of taking care of the pigeons carefully. The old pigeon took the new pigeons and flew back. The pigeon's feet carried a letter tube, and the content was written in a password. The password was a book printed by the Li family Zhuangzi. The matching numbers and even the phonetic combination of the words indicated the position of the book. 1 pigeon at a time, it can be transmitted 50 times. Huang Xianrong was looking forward to raising another batch of pigeons when he arrived in Shudi. Through land transportation, the communication between Chang and Shudi would be many times faster. 1 won't do, at least 5. Otherwise, you won't be able to find your way back or get caught by the birds on the way. The pigeon keeper shook his head gently. How many days does it take to travel from Shu County to Chang? And Huang Xianrong thought about it and found it reasonable. One day, the pigeon keeper raised a finger. He was confident that the pigeons raised by his team could easily fly back from Shudi within a day. Fast, really fast. Why don't you bring some pigeons with you? Huang Xianrong was not familiar with carrier pigeons, so he had more questions. She hasn't laid eggs yet. Once she lays eggs and the experiment here is successful, the hatched pigeons will be sent over to the relay station. I'll raise them there. When the pigeon keeper talked about that place, he looked a little sad. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He was the most outstanding pigeon keeper. When he got there, he needed to teach others how to raise pigeons before he could return. His home was in Chang, and Huang Xianrong seemed to have thought of this problem and comforted him. Li Dongzhu will take good care of your family. How much does he pay you every month? 50 kennels. The pigeon keeper finally smiled. He was the best. 50,000 kennels per month. If there was no elite month, he would get 600,000 kennels per year. If there was a elite month, he would get 650,000 kennels per year. In the past, when he raised pigeons for others, he only got 500 kennels per month. The difference was 100 times. Huang Xianrong looked at the pigeon keeper again. He did not expect that the pigeon keeper's salary was so high. Then you can save money to buy a house. Huang Xianrong congratulated him. I have a house. Dong Zhu will give me a house in the south of Chang, and he will set aside a special place for me. For those who raise pigeons, their families will live in the courtyard on the second floor. There will be people around to protect them. This is to prevent my family from being captured and used to threaten me. When there are more pigeons in the Tang dynasty, I will be safe. When the pigeon keeper talked about the house, his smile did not change. Huang Xianrong realized that he had not thought enough. He suddenly asked, if you are captured by the enemy and they ask you to pass fake information, what will you do? I will never agree. The pigeon keeper lowered his head. What he was thinking was to change to a special kind of paper. On the surface, it was not obvious. Every piece of paper had a number on it. The special paper had a special number on it. Every pigeon keeper had a different number. If he used the special paper to pass the message, the people in Chang would know that something had happened to him. They would think of ways to rescue him while making use of his connection. He had to try his best to stay alive and wait for the day when he was rescued. If the connection was broken, the rescuers would not be able to find him. Everything had been agreed upon. Every aspect had been considered. Of course, he would not tell anyone. He had to pretend to be loyal to him. Let's go. Have a safe journey. The people on the shore shouted and helped to push the boat. The people on the boat stepped on the boat and adjusted the rudder. The boat was pushed downstream. The Salt Gang took away 4 boats. One of them was an experiment in the Yangtze River. In the rapids, the boat only needed to rely on the boatmen to move forward. In other places, the boat would paddle if there were oars and sail if there were no oars. Therefore, the upstream channel of the Yangtze River was wider than the downstream channel. If the wind was not good, the boat would sway back and forth. The sailboats usually slanted to the left and then slanted to the right. The people on the boat kept operating the sails. It was a laborious job. Since the wind was right, the boat would fill the sails and lower the sails. The 4 boats needed help to pull their own boat in the rapids. If they succeeded, the boatmen's job would be easier. The boats were modified and had sails. When the wind was good, they could keep up with the main group. If we use the new boat from the Li family Zhuangzi, it will be easier. Huang Xianrong stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the boat in front of him as he spoke to Yang Huanjin. Yang Huanjin raised his hand to test the wind. We will not release them. The underwater oars are military weapons. Li Dongzhu gave us 500,000 taels in exchange coupons, in addition to the tens of thousands of taels we received from selling goods in Chang. And we will be snatched up when we return to Shu. Huang Xianrong did not expect more advanced oars. He talked about using the coupons to make money. Nowadays, all the merchants in Shu who could get their hands on coupons would bring some back. Some would add 1 coin for every 100 taels to exchange with others. Some would add 1 coin for every 50 taels. If they used the coupons to buy snacks, the stalls and shops would be willing to give them more. Shu was short of copper. Historically, Shu's economy had developed well, but they did not have enough currency. Therefore, they could only use iron coins. The ratio of iron coins to copper coins was too big. They would need to bring a lot to buy things. It was too heavy. For example, if they used copper coins to buy something, it would be very uncomfortable to carry it around. If they used iron coins, it would be more than 60 caddies. The coupons were convenient. They were light as a piece of paper. The pictures were good and could not be faked. 500,000 taels in exchange coupons. According to the ratio of 50 taels to 1 coin, they would have an extra 10,000 taels when they returned. We will not add more money. Go back and tell the people from the other big businesses that we will not add more money to exchange coupons. However, if we need help in the future, they must help us first. Yang Huanjin shook his head. If they used the normal ratio to exchange coupons, they would get a chance to help. In the past, if the salt merchants in Shu did not pay for the transportation of goods for the imperial court, how could they have the face to ask Li Yi for help? In the past, they were rewarded with tax exemption. They earned it all back in one go. There was still a lot more.